Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Victorian Open Long Course Swimming Championships for 2020. We are now regalia, a number of welcome again, sports fans, to the 2020 Victorian Open Long Course Championships. My name is Stephen Maloney, and I'm here to hopefully make the experience for you watching this event happy, enjoyable, and equally importantly, informative.
My name is Robert Wilson. I'm excited today for the 2020 Open Championships and World Para Series. Fantastic to be here. It's a lovely day here in Melbourne. We're expecting a top of 32 degrees local. And obviously I'm joined today by Steve Maloney, just been hearing he's a technical swimming officer and also a father of two open age swimmers. And mate, it's absolutely a pleasure to have you today.
It's great to be here with you, Rob, and it's a very exciting morning.
Also joined today by Tim Frampton, the President of Swimming Victoria. Welcome, Tim.
Thanks, Rob. Good to be here. Looking forward to a great weekend of swimming.
It's certainly can't wait for this one. 3 huge days of swimming. Obviously got the qualifiers this morning, and we'll be coming back into the night session over the next 3 days. So as warm up here, and they're about to go on the blocks. Our first event today is the 400 metre freestyle multi-class, and Steve Maloney will be calling this first race.
Now, for those that may not have seen the pre-championships publicity, we have a combination here in this meet of open able-bodied swimmers and para swimmers, and this is part of the World Para Series. And we have a collection of probably close to the best para swimmers in Australia and from other parts of the world. And so the first event number 2 on the program, if that makes sense, is the men's 12 and over 400 metres long course freestyle for what is also termed the multi-class. And in lane 0 we have Matthew Levy from North Sydney. Sean Russo's in lane 1. He's an Australian representative, aged 28. Dylan Logan from the Geelong Swimming Club in lane 2. Genki Saito, 21-year-old, in lane 3 from Japan. Braden Jason from the USC Spartans up on the Sunshine Coast, who's 21. Brendan Hall in lane 5 from Belgravia swim team. Harrison Vig from the Brisbane Jets, age 17, in lane 6. Alexander Tuckfield from SLC Aquadot in lane 7. Lewis Bishop in lane 8, who's the 14-year-old from the Rackley Swim Club. And from Chinese Taipei, Liang Da Cheng, 17-year-old, who's come to Australia to enjoy the climate. Now, there are various classifications for various swimmers, and I'm no expert in these matters, but what I do want to indicate to those that are watching who are not at all versed in what's happening is that there are various different skill levels that the swimmers have according to the capacities that they have from their physical build. So some swimmers are more able to swim faster through the water than others, arising from the different body shapes that they have, and thereby they have a different classification. So the important thing to understand in multi-class swimming or para-swimming is that the person that hits the wall first is not necessarily the winner, because the classification system provides points to each swimmer referable to the degree of, if I can call it, disablement of the swimmer and their speed. And accordingly, someone who's come third, fourth or fifth may well garner more points than the person who's touched the wall first, because their, if I can again put it, their disadvantage or their disability is greater than the person who's finished in front of them. And so what we have here now is Brendan Hall in first position, coming through at 2:41 at the just over the halfway mark, and Braden, from USC Spartans is holding that position, and next to him Harrison Vig from Brisbane Jets, and it's quite a tussle between the two of them. Now, the University of Sunshine Coast, which is the USC, USC Spartans have a profoundly well-funded, highly skilled program that's being built within the magnificent facility up there out of the back of Kawana. Now, there's a professor of anatomy and physiology and every other discipline you could possibly imagine, whose name escapes me for the moment, and he's quite instrumental in the creation of this program, the procuration of its funding, and the team is also coached by a well-known, well-respected Australian coach in Chris Mooney. Now, so it's hardly surprising that Braden Jason comes from has decided to come all the way down to this event, because there's many talented swimmers coming out of that program, and you see him opening up another half body gap, and he has just finished with 4:17.81. Braden Jason. Brendan Hall has come in second at 4:19.48, and Genki Saito from Japan at 4:30.35. Now, those three swimmers occupying the top three have set some pretty impressive times in any person's language, not for even for an able-bodied swimmer, and it's a heat swim for Braden, which is 6 seconds over his PB, so we can look forward to even more highlights tonight.
Great first race there.
It was indeed.
Certainly all swimmers did the best of their ability, and just one swimmer to come here, just to finish it off here.
This is the Chinese Taipei swimmer, Liang Da Cheng. He's coming into this event with a PB of 5:32.75, and he smashed that by 10 seconds. Congratulations.
Well done. So we're about to go into the second of two heats. So it should be exciting here.
Possibly an apology in advance with so many international swimmers. If we do mispronounce their names, we do apologise in advance. We do practice, but we don't always get it right.
So they take their marks here at the MSAC, the elite swimming venue here in Melbourne, Victoria. Exciting to see so many swimmers from all around the world come to this prestigious event today.
And one of the things that you can notice when the swimmers get onto the blocks is that once they're in the starters' hands,
so they take their marks.
some need to be assisted up onto the blocks. The referee looks at the swimmers, raises her arm in the starter's hands. Now the reason why I was going into those details is that if the swimmer starts before the starting signal, in colloquial terms, that's a DQ. But it's not as simple as that, because the rule speaks of commencing the starts, and then there's a question about whether the slightest move is the commencement of the start or not. And I think there might be the necessity to have some degree of interpretation for the multi-class swimmers, because there are certain allowances that need to be made for them on the blocks. And the reason why I'm mentioning this now is for anyone's watching, particularly at the finals. It's usually said that if there's the slightest move by an able-bodied swimmer on the block, any twitch of any nature, that before the signal's given, that'll be considered to be a break. Now, these matters are matters of fine interpretation by the relevant technical official and referee, but we have some very impressive equipment here at MSAC this week, which is the high-speed cameras, and they will also determine that as they catch it all. Now let's get back to the detail here, and I'll put you back to Rob.
So in lane 0 from Singapore, we have Song To. From Australia, Ben Popham in lane number 1. In lane number 2 from New Zealand, we've got Jesse Reynolds. Lane number 3, also from Australia, we have Jet Jankowicz. Lane number 5, we have from USC Spartans, the one you just mentioned before, Jacob Templeton. Lane 6 from Tonga, Joshua Alford. Lane 7, Nathan Jason from Australia. Lane 8, we have Evan Austin from the USA. And in lane 9, Joel Mundine from CENCA. So they are taking shape here in this 400-metre event. And at the moment, we have in lane number 3, Jankowicz leading this swim event so far. But as you say, with each disability marks a different classification. So we won't actually know the actual result to the end of this race. But coming through, touching the wall. First is Alford at the moment. Second, Templeton. Third, Jankowicz. So that just change order. Fourth, Mundy. Coming in 5th at the moment is Reynolds from New Zealand. 6th, Griswold. 7th is Jason. And in lane number 1, 8th at the moment is Popham. So
we've got a wonderful gathering of people from all around the globe. We've got some beautiful flags behind the starting blocks, which the viewers will see at some point or other. We've got swimmers from Singapore, New Zealand, United States of America, and then we've got from all around all points of Australia. The Sunshine Coast. Canberra is represented by the Tuggeranong Vikings, and all the way up to Cairns, the Central Cairns Swimming Club, which is where the immensely courageous Joel Mundy, at age 15, in lane 9, is swimming at the moment.
So as they come down to the last lap, looks like there's going to be a few PBs probably beaten here. Hammering down. Absolutely marvellous here. Hammering down in lane number 5, going to touch. And we have Alford with a time of 4 minutes 13. Coming in second place. Templeton, 4 minutes 21. Third, Jankowicz, 4:23. Lane 8, Austin, came in 4th. Tao with a time of 4 minutes 28. Reynolds from New Zealand, 4 minutes 35. Griswold touches in at 4:38. Jason from Australia, 4:41, and Popham with a time of 4:43. With Tao just touching, coming down to his last 50 from, and in lane 8, we have Austin from the USA with a time of 4:57. And Tao is coming down for his last 50 here. So let's bring him home strong. Doing a great effort here.
And it's Joel Mundy from the Central Cairns Swimming Club in lane 9. And I mentioned that he was immensely brave, and that is exactly what he is. And as he's coming through to the finish line, touching the last, for the last lap, he is going to bring up 5:36.84, and that is again a 1 second PB for him.
So great racing by all athletes.
Now, what you need to do, viewers, when you're watching this race is keep the following in mind. The phrase is start before the starter's signal. Any swimmer starting before the starting signal shall be, not maybe, shall be disqualified. Now, I don't want to focus on the negative here, but the question then always remains that once the swimmer is in the starter's hands and she says take your marks, or he says take your marks, the swimmer at that juncture may not start before the starting signal.
So interestingly, in this race we only have the 6 starters, so 4 less swimmers compared to the 2 opening races. So just focus on the between lanes number 2 and number 7, so 6 swimmers in total. So probably easier to watch for the viewers who are watching currently on the Facebook live feed. And it's just warming up here, but we're expecting a top of 32 degrees here at the MSAC Albert Park, the elite swimming venue here in Melbourne, Victoria.
Former home of the Commonwealth Games.
Certainly, back in 2006.
Indeed.
Great venue here. It's got a capacity of around 2,000 people. So
now there's a slight delay in the commencement of this race, and that's because of the particular things that have to be accommodated arising from the classification of the swimmer. The swimmer could be deaf, the swimmer could be partially deaf, the swimmer could have some level of disablement. So the swimmer in lane 4, for example, has to be assisted by perhaps his coach, and that has to be carefully understood by all the officials and authorised and signed off, and there was some clarification that was being taken of that. Ready to go.
So here we are for heat number 3. And racing in lane number 2, we have Ryan McGrath from Geelong. Lane number 3, we have Harry Randall from New Zealand. Welcome, Harry. Lane number 4, we have Ben Orkram from Lismore Workers Swim Club. Lane 5, we have Noah Robinson from Australia. Lane 6, we have Aaron Skinner from the Geelong Sharks Swim Club. And in lane number 7, we have Luke Ahern from NAPN. So they are often racing here. And by the looks of it, early in this race, it's Orkram from Lismore who has touched the wall first, off to a flying start. But viewers, keep in mind that each swimmer has varying abilities, so it does affect the point system here.
And our lead swimmer comes from a club that I think is wonderfully named. It's the Lismore Workers Swim Team. So if you're a worker, you're entitled to membership, and if you're not a worker, then you've got to look for another club. And that I would not construe that to mean anything else than try hard, train hard, and then you're a worker. And it's the Lismore Workers Swim Team, represented by Ben Orkram, who is absolutely caning it out here at the moment. He's got a 20-metre lead from his fellow competitors, who range from Sleepy Hollow in in Geelong, and there's the Geelong Sharks and the Geelong Swimming Club. They've got a great rivalry, those two Geelong clubs. And as Rob said, New Zealand and the Nepean Aquatics Centre. Beautiful river up there in the Nepean River.
Just to confirm, it's actually Noah Robinson from Australia, the 16-year-old young gun. So I mispronounced, but definitely true what you said about...
Was it Noah out in front?
Yes, Noah is out by around half a pool length, probably 25 metres at the moment.
I beg your pardon.
So it's Auckram in second, but it's true everything you say about the Lismore Workers Club. Fantastic. I like what you said about the... You know, if you're a worker, you're more than welcome, but if you're not, you might have to find another swimming club.
That's
as
the one.
Robinson from Australia.
No passengers up in Lismore.
No, definitely not. A very hard-working part of the world here in Australia.
My apologies to you, Noah, for not giving you the credit that you deserve, and great effort.
So Robertson out. He's probably extending his lead, to be fair. He's probably out by around 28 to 30 metres at the moment.
He's maintaining quite a significantly high stroke rate.
And extending. So Auckram with the time so far coming second, 2 minutes 50. Randall from New Zealand not far behind, 2:51. Skinner on 2:54 coming fourth, and McCrane from Geelong with a time of 2:56. So the back of the pack is quite close, within 5 or 6 seconds. And Robertson's touched the wall again to bring it home here. 3:05. Can he beat his personal best? It'll be interesting to see. He's absolutely rocketing home. It's all about Robertson in this heat number 3. Robertson, absolute young gun. Talk about a hard worker, only 16 years of age, an absolute young gun. So he's firing home. So it'll be interesting to see the time that he can register. So he's going to have 100 metres to go after he touches the wall here. Comes in for his last 100. So we'll focus on the leader here in Robinson. Be interesting. He's got a PB of 5 minutes 52. So he's certainly on track to beat his personal best.
Now, I don't want to wish to labour the obvious here, but what I could perhaps gently remind our viewers of is this. Take, for example, Robinson out in front. He, one would presume, have pretty much an identical cardiovascular heart-lung system than any other able-bodied swimmer. And I'd presume that. And then because of the various physical strengths that he has and difficulties that he has to work that much harder. He's got a disability in his right arm. He's got somewhat of a disability in his legs. And as I mentioned earlier, the stroke rate that he needs to keep things up is, for a 16-year-old, is probably more than a 16-year-old boy would have to maintain for this race.
And he comes in and he's done it. He's beaten his PB, 5 minutes and 3 seconds. His previous best was 5 minutes 52. So he's absolutely rocketed home.
He's monstered this race.
Unbelievable stuff. In third, we have Randall from New Zealand. McCrane coming in fourth, 5 minutes 16. Skinner in lane number 6 from the Geelong Sharks, at the time of 5 minutes 24. And the other races are coming home, but it's all been about Robertson. Noah Robertson, as we mentioned, the young gun, 16-year-old.
The S9 classification.
And Auckram came second in that race with a time of 5 minutes 44 and 71 seconds. Randall, 5 minutes 33. Sorry, I'll say that again. Randall, the time of 5 minutes 53. McGrain from Geelong, 6 minutes flat. And as we have the swimmers come through, it's Skinner who touches next with the time of 6 minutes and 12 seconds. And just keep in mind that every disability has varying points. So we won't actually know the final result till they all touch the wall. But it's fair to say that Robertson has done really well today.
then it's quite a close-knit community, the multi-class para swimming.
And Adhern with a time of 6 minutes 37. So next up, heat one of 3. We've got the women's 400 metres metre freestyle multi-class. We have swimmers from all over the country and also from New Zealand today.
We also have 2 of the biggest names in female multi-class swimming, Ellie Cole and Monique Murphy in lanes 4 and 5. Each had to take their prosthesis off, whole of leg prosthesis, before mounting the blocks. And Ellie Cole has been a much admired figure in this sport for many, many years at age 28. And it's inspirational to watch.
So exciting event. So this the first of the women's classifications today. So they're lining up on their marks. So off and racing in this 400 metre freestyle multi-class. In lane 0 we have Kafchi Westwood from EGWD. Lane number 1 we have Anna Layton from GB Gold. Lane number 2 Ella Jones from SPRW. Lane 3 we have Katja Dendikind from USC Spartans. Lane 4 we have Monique Murphy, who you just mentioned before, from Arackley Swim Team. Lane 5 we have Ellie Cole from the Knox Pymble SC Swim Club. Lane 6 we have Angela Bubb from the Logan Vikings. Lane 7 we have Isabella Vincent from across the border from Norwood Swim Club. Lane 8 we have Amber Stelling from Cheltenham here in Victoria. And to cap it off, in lane number 9 we have Nia Wallace, who is only 16 years of age, from New Zealand. And as we are in the early part of this race, it's quite close up front, but it's Dendikind from USCS leading narrowly from Murphy, who you mentioned, and Cole, the 2 star swimmers from Australia.
Now, Katja Dendikind in lane 3 has a really exquisite stroke. That first, she's gone out in that first 100 in a beautiful form. I'm interested to follow her program this meet, and she's still holding a little bit of a lead here. She comes into the wall at 1:45.35. She may be a sprinter without doing any disservice to her. Monique Murphy at 1:45.99, and then Ellie Cole third at 1:46.89. So this is starting to even up a bit, and I can see that Katja's feeling the pinch a bit more than she was in that first 100, but she's still holding Monique Murphy at bay, with Ellie Cole that beautiful languid long stroke in third position. And so we're coming into the halfway mark, and then this next 100 is the one that really hurts. It's a bit like the third quarter in Australian rules football. It became famous when David Parkin was coaching the Blues back in the 80s. They used to call it the championship quarter, and this is the championship leg here.
So it's certainly probably the closest race that we've had so far. So it's Katja Dendikind, Monique Murphy and Ellie Cole not far behind. So as you said, this next 50 metres could determine the winner. So as they all just touch the wall, it's the 3 top girls out in front. At the moment, it's Dendikind by a slight narrow lead over Murphy, and Cole only a couple of seconds behind. So you feel it's going to be up to Dendikind to keep this pace up, but also with Murphy not far behind, trying to really edge this race on.
Let's bear in mind as well that each of these 3 swimmers have a different classification. So Katja Dendikind has a classification of S13, Monique Murphy S10, and Ellie Cole S9. And so that means that there's a greater handicap for each swimmer in that order. But it's Didi Kind out in front, doing a magnificent job holding. She's put in a very solid third 100, and she's holding her form nicely. But coming through, for example, in sixth is the Norwood swimmer Vincent in 2:11, and she's got an S7 classification, and that indicates how hard she's working too.
So it's Didi Kind who's touched the wall, 4 minutes 12. Her seed time is 4 minutes 49. So she's going to look to rocket home. As you say, different classifications, but on target to beat her seed time. Not far behind is Murphy with a seed time of 4 minutes 35. Trying to chase that one down. And in third, Ellie Cole.
But it's the well-credentialed USC Spartans program. They've come down to they mean business coming here this week. And it's very, very plain to see. And it's Didi Kind who's finished that race in first position.
She just beat her seed time by 2 seconds.
Did she now?
Yeah, she did. Yep, just defeated her seed time.
We've got the times coming through beautifully on our monitor, but they're not coming through up on the big scoreboard here at the stadium. And so there's a minor little technical glitch that needs to be fixed there too. But you don't need to worry about that, viewers, because you've got the best seat in the house, and that's what you're seeing at the moment.
So in lane number 2, Jones finishes with a time of 5 minutes 28. And Stelling just touches on lane 8, time of 5:33. And it's Westwood bring it at home here. As she's about to touch the wall with a time of 5 minutes 43. Leighton with a time of 5:50. And last of the swimmers, Vincent, lane 7, 6 minutes. And in lane 8, Sterling will be bringing it home to cap off this magnificent first of 3 heats here in the prelims for the women's 400 metres. And touching the wall is Stelling from Cheltenham. And the last one so magnificent first event up here for the women. So we're going to be moving on. We're going to be moving on to heat number 2 of the women's over 400 metre freestyle multi-class. And as Steve Maloney's been pointing out, each swimmer has varying disabilities, so which means in simplistic terms varying points levels. So different classes mean just because a swimmer finishes first doesn't necessarily mean they win the race. It's all done by a points ranking system. And that's what they're up against here, the Paralympic swimmers. So we're going into heat number 2 today for the women. So as they take their marks onto the block, each swimmer, some need help from the assistants. Magnificent assistants here for Swimming Victoria. Doing a fantastic job assisting all the disabled swimmers here today. And I just think it's fantastic that all these swimmers are swimming at such an elite facility, and Swimming Victoria getting behind disabled swimming. These are the best of the best athletes. So
what we just saw in that race, to give a bit of perspective here, Ellie Cole having come in third, but she's trained and coached by Simon Cusack at Knox Pymble. She's been racing in this class of swimming for 15 years. She's a senior figure in swimming in Australia. She's a triple Paralympian. She's won 15 Paralympic medals, and she's coached by Simon Cusack at Knox Pymble, who also coaches the Campbell sisters. So this is what's being what's transpiring here. Monique Murphy as well was an Australian Dolphin. She made her debut in 2016 and she medalled in that 400 free. So at the Paralympic Games in Rio, she got silver. So what you've just seen in that race was world-class swimming, and it's something we enjoy enormously.
So out in lane number 0, we have Taylor Cameron, only 19 years of age, from the NEPN Swim Club. In lane 1, we have Ruby Halliday, only 19 years of age, also from Melbourne Vic Centre. She's right at home here today, Steve.
Absolutely.
Lane number 2, we have Anastasia Pagonis, only 14-year-old, so she's the youngest swimmer in this race today. Welcome to Anastasia, all the way from the USA. Another swim team partner. In lane number 3, we have Michaela Neitzel from the USA, only a young swimmer as well, 16 years of age. Lane number 4, we have Lakeisha Patterson, age 21, from Belgravia swim team. Lane number 5, we have Jade Lucy, only 23 years of age, from the SLCA Swim Club. Lane number 6, we have Ahala Letzenberger from the USA, 18 years of age. Lane 7, we have Natalia Siriakova, age 34, from Russia, all the way from Russia. That's a long way to be at this magnificent event. And in lane number 8, we have Sophia Herzog from the USA, age 22. And in lane number 9, we have Zoe McKenzie, age 17, from the TSS Aquatic Swim Team. So those are all our swimmers. And just interestingly, Lakeisha Patterson, the young girl from Belgravia Swim Team, just a few facts about her. Some of her teammates, she's known as Lakeisha Lucky Patterson, obviously only 21 years of age. She's represented in the Commonwealth Games, Paralympics and World Para Swimming Championships, and also the Pan-Pacific Para Championships. She debuted at the Paralympics in Rio 2016, and she won 2 gold medals. She also set 2 world records for both those events. She also won a gold medal in the women's 4x100 in a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And at the 2018 Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, she won 2 gold medals. And moving forward, in last year, 2019, she won the World Para Swimming Championships at the Commonwealth Games. So she also attends the University of Queensland, and she won the University of Queensland's Sportswoman of the Year award. So one to watch as we are here in the early part of this 400-metre event. So touching the wall first is Neitzel from the USA with a time of 3:35. Not far behind is McKenzie. In lane number 9, Patterson, lane number 3. Touch wall in third. So Neitzel from the USA setting the pace here, and it's quite close. Temperature warming up here. It's around 27 degrees, nice and early here. The local time of 9:07 a.m. This is the 4th event of the card today.
And that's 27 degrees Celsius for our international viewers, yes, who don't speak in Celsius, because we've got Cecile from the USA on the Facebook chat giving us some love, saying it's really great how we've got swimmer names listed, real times and splits, saying I wish we have this in the US too. So if you'd like to fly us over there, Cecile, we'd be happy to come and do some of your meets.
Even down the back of the bus.
Done many trips in the old Greyhounds across America. Magnificent country it is. So hitting the wall, in first position is Patterson with a time of 4 minutes 48. Second is Lucy, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Not far behind, lost that position, Neitzel, 4 minutes 51 in third.
And with apologies to Paul Simon for the reference to the Greyhound bus, I can announce that event number 2 has official results have now been posted. And so Hall, Griswold, Alford, Tuckfield, Levy, Austin, Popham, Braden, Jason Reynolds and Vig have qualified through to the final with Jankovic and Templeton in the first and second reserve, and there was only one disqualification there, and it was the swimmer from the Geelong Sharks.
So just coming across the finish line in lane number 1, Halliday with a time of 5 minutes 57 in the 4th event. And one swimmer to bring it across. Sorry, should I say 3 more swimmers to finish off this magnificent event here.
And it's the 34-year-old from Russia, Natalia Seryakova, who's hit the wall in 6:13.71. And all the swimmers have now come into the wall. So this is now the third of 3 heats of event number 3, the 400 metres women's multi-class. In this heat we have swimmers in lane 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. From the top, Poppy Richards from Cotton Tree, Lillian Barras from representative of Australia. We have Talia Blushford, Poppy Wilson, McKinley Arneson and Zoe McKenzie from Queensland TSS Aquatics.
So less competitors in this heat. So
it's Blanchard, Arneson, Richards and Wilson, lanes 3, 4 and 5 and 6 who are taking it through in this heat, and it's the swimmer Wilson from the Wodonga Swimming Club, who's has a classification of S10, who's taken it out in fine style. She's going to turn the first lap in the cozy time of 33.74, and as a 16-year-old young lady swimming a 400 with an S10 classification, that's a very impressive first leg. Beautiful stroke, actually. She's really stroking it. You know, she's a very talented swimmer, Poppy Wilson. I can see this very clearly. Lovely stroke. She's plainly been well coached, and at a swim club that I'm not familiar with, Woogaroo. I'm guessing it's from Queensland or New South Wales, and I'm going to look that up.
So Wilson out in front at the moment, with Arneson not far behind from Lismore. Richards in 3rd position, and Blanchard about to hit the wall. There she goes, 1 minute 30 thus far, and the times are ticking. Not sure they'll like to hear that one, Tim.
Well, I should have, I apologise for my ignorance to all our friends at the Woogaroo Swimming Club. It's just on the outskirts of Brisbane, in Goodna, just in Ipswich there. Woogaroo's been, the swim club's been in existence for beyond 40 years, and it's a very proud history that it has, and it has all levels of swimmers, beginners, development and elite swimmers, and it's a very difficult exercise to run a club across all those 3 bands. So congratulations to everyone at Woogaroo, and particularly turning out, no doubt, what is probably, I would say, a swimmer that of whom you ought to be justifiably proud in Poppy Wilson. A beautiful stroke, and she's doing your club proud here in the Victorian Open Championships. So
it's really good technique.
Beautiful, beautiful stroke.
It's what you like to see from all the swimmers. All of them obviously elite at their class, so
holding the water nicely, long reach, Nice turn,
Beautiful turn there by Wilson. So
solid underwater.
Wilson bringing it home. Second is Anderson. So it's going to be Wilson with a significant lead at the moment, but just keep in mind, viewers, that each disability has a different class, a different point system. So just because they hit the wall first doesn't necessarily mean they win the race. They need to hit their classification and seed time. So with 100 metres to go, it's Wilson out in lane 6, leading this one with a time so far of 3 minutes 55. About 15 metres behind, it's Arneson, the time of 4:04, and not far behind is Blanchard, time of 4:06. So it'll be interesting to see what happens between Arneson and Blanchard in this last 100 metres, Steve.
Absolutely.
It's always good to see two swimmers side by side, because they probably will be trying harder just to beat that time that they're
Absolutely.
required. So
Poppy Wilson's come into this race with no time recorded. So this means this is possibly the first time she's ever swum this race. So she's paced herself quite well here. Her stroke hasn't dropped off much between the third last 50 and this current last 50 as she's coming through with 25 to go. And we're being inundated with some of the Paul Simon greats. There was reference to the Greyhound bus. Now we have Cecilia booming through the microphones, and the cover that was recently produced last year. So the hits keep coming, and so does Poppy Wilson at 5:13.22, and with a classification of S10 against Monique Murphy, who had a classification of S10 with a PB of 5:35. Poppy, at the age of 16, is demonstrating that she is actually a swimmer that can look forward to a lot of joy and success in this swimming and in this sport, and we wish her well, as we do young Ms. Arneson, who's only 14. Second at 5:26.79. Richards coming in third, 5:46.33.
So we've got John Dussalia from Colorado, USA, stating that it's 27 degrees also in Colorado. So welcome to the coverage, John. Also, we've got Rivet Yvonne watching, and so far over 100 live viewers. So welcome everyone from around the world.
And just for your information, John, we've got a swimmer from who's red-shirted from Arizona here back swimming in his homeland. So best wishes to you all. Now we have the defending Olympic champion, Mac Horton, in this next heat. Now he has demonstrated his class over a number of years as one of the greatest age swimmers Victoria and Australia's ever seen. He's gone head-to-head with the best swimmers in the world, Peltrineri, Sun Yang. He's done the lot, and he's in the middle of a whole lot of hard work, and he's up against some very good at the moment, and he's up against two very, very good swimmers on either side in Brendan Smith and Zach Reed, and they will push and punish him all the way in this heat. From the top we have Robbie Dillison in lane 0 from West Melbourne Propulsion. The dominant 15-year-old swimmer, Evan Chee from Nunawading. He's the best 15-year-old swimmer in Victoria for boys. James McBride in lane 2 from Nunawading. Brendan Smith, who's now a Dolphin and has swum in the ISL this last season. Great IM swimmer as well. He will not run out of gas in this race from Nunawading. Mac Horton needs no introduction. Zach Reed from Aquablades in New Zealand. Elliot Rogerson in lane 6 from Nunawading. Lachlan Shee in lane 8 from the Auburn Swim Club, and another very talented swimmer out of the Nunawading Swim Club in lane 9, which is Will Petrick, who's better known for his breaststroke than his freestyle, but also a good IM swimmer. So there's all sorts of skills that are capable of display in this race, but there's none better than the middle 4 lanes in demonstrating what they're capable of. And it's Mac Horton out in front at the split of 57.93. Zach Reed second, 57.95. And Elliot Rogerson third at 58.02 after the first 100. As there's not much between any of them. And out there in lane 3 as well, Brendan Smith at 58.05 is letting them know he's there too. And I can tell you he'll be there at the end of this race. He won't let them get out too far at all. And so it's Brendan Smith, in fact, who's taking it up to Mac Horton now. And he's pushing and pushing here in this race. And you can see him. Then Max responded just imperceptibly there, just to keep himself out in front. And he will keep an eye on this New Zealander on his right, because there's no way he's going to let that New Zealander get past him into the final, because he wants that middle lane in the final. Good turn and underwater from Brendan Smith there, and he's taken about a foot or a foot and a half off Horton with his underwaters, and it's Smith second at the moment. Horton is still with that long, famous loping stroke, holding the position that he wants and will hold, I predict, both today in this heat and in the final tonight. He is doing all the things that are needed to take us to glory, hopefully, in Rio and Tokyo. He's been training very, very hard. He's even been able to work out how to catch a wave, and he caught one of them at Lawn, and it was only the fact that the defending champion, Hayden Cotter, is a better runner. He beat him up the sand as well, and Mac Horton doesn't like open water, I tell you. But getting back to what he does like, and he's then coming through here now at 2:57.95. Smith second, 2:58.33. Zach Reed, 2:59.05. And it's Elliot Rogerson from Nunawading fourth. Lachlan Shea fifth. Evan Shee, the champion 15-year-old, sixth at 3:05.30. Petrick 3:06.13. And Robbie Dillison at James McBride at 3:11, and Robbie Dillison 3:13. And the Smiths digging right in here. And I think that there's next to nothing in it now. There's 1/10 of a second between the two of them. And this is what I told you. Brendan Smith is intent upon making it very clear to Horton that he has the capacity to go stroke for stroke over 400 metres. Smith is a national 400 IM champion at age, and he will also be contemplating that for the Olympic Games if he can qualify. But Horton did what he needed to do. He saw him, he didn't get away, and Horton came in first at 3:57.18. Smith second, 3:57.36. Zach Reed third, 3:58.22, and Elliot Rogerson fourth at 3:59.38.
Interestingly, only 1800th of a second between the first two there. Magnificently called there, Steve. And as you said early on, that he'd be putting the pressure on Horton right from the very... probably like the halfway mark of that race. So impressive strokes all rounds, and just a magnificent race to watch.
Well, it was just what Horton needed to be pushed hard by Brendan Smith. Let's not get too excited. It's 13 seconds over Horton's PB, which is about half a lap, and that's how much distance he will need to find in the Olympic Games between now and the Olympic Games. And we're off into the second race now. It's the second heat of 5 heats. Mac Horton, of course, has the Victorian Championship time of 3:41.55 and the all-comers time of 3:41.55. And reading from the top, lane 0, Thomas Lees, Lev Makarushin from the EC Wave Swim Club at lane 1, Charlie Thompson, lane 2, the well-credentialed age swimmer Silas Harris from Northcote, Jack McLaughlin, lane 4, Wilson Sim, the famed swimmer from Malaysia. Big following in Malaysia, Wilson. I saw him in a in a mall last year, getting mobbed. Not quite mauled, but he was certainly getting mobbed in the shopping mall. Jordan Merrilees, lane 6. Rylan Bryan, the champion A swimmer from MLC Aquatic, who's now moving into the open ranks. Thomas Halliday, top-level butterflyer in lane 8, and Ryan Irwin in lane 9. Over to you, Rob.
So the swimmers in the early part of this race, fairly close up front, but we'll get a better idea coming as they hit the wall here. So hitting the wall, currently leading is Makarushki, 125, followed by Thompson, then Lease, McLaughlin, and then Harris.
Now, we've got some swimmers here that have really got a lot in the tank. They will go, their preferred races are over the longer distance, and I'm particularly speaking of Silas Harris, Lev Makarushin, Jack McLaughlin, and Jordan Merrilees. I'm also want to speak about Wilson Sim, the Malaysian. He's come to Australia and he's training, I believe, out of a Sydney club whose name escapes me for the moment. And he's availing himself of the opportunities that are available to all Australian swimmers. Great facilities, great climate, great coaches, great food. Go hard.
So there's only 5 seconds covering the field at the moment, with McLaughlin leading and Sim putting on the pressure.
Jack McLaughlin, of course, will be eyeing off a spot in the 1500 at the Olympic Games, so you won't see him run out of wind in this heat.
As you mentioned before, this is the third quarter in football terms, so McLaughlin hits the wall, followed by Sim, then Harris. Thompson and Makarushki not far behind, and then Sim touches the wall, and trailing at the moment is Irwin.
Now, Sim wasn't at his best at the Australian Short Course Championships when he swam last October, but he's actually improved himself a lot in the last 6 months, and that's probably the benefit of being here. And so what we're seeing now is McLaughlin first, Sim second, Silas Harris third, who's improving from a little bit of a lull in his performances. And he's showing how classy he is as a middle distance swimmer and a dominant age swimmer himself at Australian level. And Merrilees in 4th position, I believe.
So as McLaughlin hits the wall, coming in for his last 50, let's see if he's extended his lead over Sim. 3 minutes 25 thus far. And he has. He's extended it by about a second and a half on that 50-metre split. Third, Lee's taken over by Sim. Hitting the wall in 5th is Merrilees and then Halliday. But it's all about McLaughlin coming really fast down to the last 15 metres in lane number 4. Will he beat his seed time? He hits the wall in 3 minutes 54. No, his seed time was 3 minutes 44, so he's 10 seconds behind. Sim in second with a time of 3 minutes 59. Harris, should I say Lease, in third with time of 4:02. Harris in 4th, 4:03. Thompson 5th, 4:06. Makarushka 4 minutes 10. Halliday in lane number 8, 4 minutes 11. Bryan with a time of 4 minutes 12. And in lane number 9, Ryan Irwin with a time of, should I say, James Patterson. And the times coming up here on the screen. And congratulations to McLaughlin on the victory there. So that's going to be a massive confidence boost there as we go to heat number 3.
It was a good go by Jack McLaughlin. He'll put some heat on Horton tonight. And what we'll see is Wilson Sim having to lift his game if he's going to medal against the locals. I'm calling Australia 1-2-3 tonight in this magnificent event, the 400, where the tough really get going. 400 is a brutal race. It requires speed, it requires endurance, and it is universally acknowledged, at least in my eyes anyway, by all the top-end swimmers. That if you can do the 400, you've got the respect of everyone, because you've got to train long, train hard, you've got to be blessed with talent, and you've got to work that talent. You can't just get out of it with a 50 sprint or 100 free. You've really got to do it. And that's why Thorpe was such a remarkable swimmer. Over 400, 200, 100. He had it all, and what he did with it all was train hard. And in this race, we were reading from the top, we have Dong Kyun Kwon from Southport in lane 0. We have Luke Stafford in lane 1. Nicholas Malcolm in lane 2 from the Northcote Swimming Club. The sprinter Riley Mitchell from MLC Aquatic taking a day off school. Adrian Rogers, Central Aquatic Swimming in lane 4. Nicholas Rosell from Southport Olympic in lane 5. Flynn Phillips in lane 6. Cale Venz from Southport Olympic in lane 7. James Donovan in lane 8. And Joshua Patterson in lane 9. And as they come into the 150 metre mark, it's Rosell first, Rogers second, Kwon third, and Phillips fourth.
Interestingly, Steve, you mentioned the physical and obviously talent capabilities of 400 metre swim, but you forgot to mention the mental side of it. When they're up in front, can they, especially at that last 100, as you say, it's a physical, tough event, it's that mental edge as well. They've got to have the whole package, and they've got to really fight their own bodies to what they're actually really capable of in the pool.
One of the great things about watching sport, for those that have an appreciation of it, is to see how athletes perform under extreme pressure. Now, in the world of swimming, in this race, if you look at the last 100 metres of the Olympic final when Horton beat Sun Yang threw everything and the kitchen sink over that last 100, repeatedly, metre after metre, right down to the last metre. Sun Yang threw everything at Horton. Horton did not wilt for 1 second and held him out and held him off. And that was one of the great moments in swimming for Australia, without wishing to say too much about any other swimmer or in diminishment. But whilst we're talking about 400 free, that to me was also a wonderful example of Mac's strength as well,
so
mentally.
Rosell hitting the wall with 100 metres to go, followed by Rogers in second place, Venz in third, and the rest of the field chasing quite closely. So it's going to be a huge last 100 metres of this race, and the top three probably only approximately about 4 or 5 metres between them. And coming down, hitting the wall with 50 metres to go. It's going to be Rosell holds the lead with a time of 3 minutes 40. Venz 1 second behind, 3 minutes 41. Rogers with a time of 3 minutes 42. Phillips 3 minutes 45. So Rosell setting the pace here in this last 20 to 25 metres of this race, with the pressure coming from Rogers and Phillips. Rosell holding.
Being threatened big time by the swimmer in lane 7, Cale Venz from.
And it's Rosell who's just held on by the narrowest of margins, 22 hundredths of a second. In third, Rogers, 4 minutes 12. In fourth, we have Malcolm. Fifth, Stafford. And there we have it. So 22 hundredths of a second separating the top two swimmers there, Steve.
Absolutely. Now, if you want to see a magnificent technician here, we don't see all this very often. Lane 6, Cameron McAvoy, the famed Australian sprinter, who's going to demonstrate the skill of how to swim freestyle. And from the top, Harvey Lanigan from Ringwood. I was out there last weekend. It was as hot as blazes. And in lane 0, Malachi Brennan, lane 1. Darius Schultz, absolute gentleman, in lane 2. Jonty Pote from Surrey Park in lane 3. Flynn McKenna in lane 4 from Tiger Sharks out there in Cranbourne. Stephen Ashton from Yass Swimming Club. Cameron McAvoy, no introduction required, in lane 6. Aaron Wortman, lane 7. Olivia Yans, lane 8. And Soren Zwolsman from the Southport Olympic Club, aged 14. Mum and Dad have let him out of the Gold Coast to come down with his other swimmers, and he'll be mentored beautifully. It's a very professional swimming club. But as we're coming into the wall now, it's Cameron McAvoy, 56.23, who's demonstrating to all, if you want to know how to swim with a strong set of shoulders, an iron core, a powerful kick, and just this easy stroke that he doesn't need to work up too hard because he's a sprinter at the moment. He's showing, giving a real exhibition here. And one of the reasons why it's a really good thing to watch this champion swimmer swim here is that it's harder to appreciate when he's sprinting in the 50 and the 100. There's splash everywhere. They're going gangbusters all over the place. It's harder to appreciate what a beautiful stroke they're blessed with and they work on. But you can see it more clearly here. You can see the stretching out, the catch. See how he's holding the water there.
Just
and
catching every
there,
stroke.
holding his maximum amount of water. Bit of a cosy underwater there. But let's not be critical of him.
So interesting battle for second and third, not far behind. Wortman with a time of 2:04 and Ashton with a time of 2:05 as they hit the wall at the 200 metre mark. So it's a one-way race at the moment. So coming up, about to hit the wall.
So people will be saying, well, if he's a 50 and 100 metre sprinter, what's he doing swimming this race? Well, the answer is he's putting his body under load, under training load, because all the Olympic swimmers and hopeful Olympic swimmers are heading for trials in Australian Olympic trials in June. They are utterly untapered for this meet. So it will be very rare that you will see any Olympic hopeful at this meet swim a PB. But what you are seeing them do is their favourite preferred race, and then other events for training load, race practice. There'll be some specific target that Cameron and his coach have identified as to what they want to achieve in this race. Whether it be pure endurance for this, whether it be some practice on his turn, whether it be something that he's working on his technique, or, as I say, maybe simply fitness. So whatever it is, it's unrelated to outcome for Cameron. Although when he swims the final tonight, he might get a bit excited and see how long it takes him before he runs out of gas against Horton.
Just interestingly, the way he just turned that wall, you mentioned technique, it was absolutely beautiful to watch from the sidelines here. So McAvoy coming in, so obviously clearly the leader at this stage. So he comes in and he's got a time of 3 minutes 59.
Yeah, so it's a while since Cameron swum that 400. He came in here with a 4:17. He swum a sub 4 minute, and he'll be pretty happy about that too.
And it's been a real race for second and third. Schultz with a time of 4 minutes 15. Ashton with a time of 4:16. Wortman with a time of 4:17. Jans with a time of 4:19. Brennan just behind with a time of 4:19. Lanigan with a time of 4 minutes 24. McKenna with a time of 4 minutes 26. And Swolsman with a time of 4 minutes 27. And that rounds out the swimmers.
And
so
they must all be happy. They must all be happy in the TSS Aquatic Camp. It's some of his Dolphin teammates came out, including the butterfly David Morgan.
And one I didn't mention, Jonty Pullman with a time of 4 minutes 32.
They've given the McAvoy the thumbs up. They've said well done. So a fellow swimmer congratulating. They must be happy. He must have hit some target or another, and it's all quite an occasion for note.
So heat 5 of 5 in this 400 metre men's. So we've only got the 4 swimmers in this one, reading from lane number 3 down to 6. So 3, Daniel Rush from MLC Aquatic. He's only 15 years old, quite a young brigade here today, Steve. Macau D. Thomasis, only 14 from SYP Swim Club, only 14 years of age, so he's got the day off school, obviously. Owen William Polly, lane number 5, only 14 years of age from Nuttawading. And in lane number 6, we have Matthew Burns, 19 years of age from SYP Swim Club. So a very young brigade here, and also just a small field in this race so far, Steve.
Yeah, we've only got 3 swimmers in this race. It's Matteo de Tomasis from Surrey Park. He's been given permission from mum and dad to WAG school, and he's in lane 4. Owen Williams Polly in lane 5 from Nunawading at 14, and Matthew Burns from Surrey Park in lane 6. Daniel Rush has neither been given permission to leave school, or permission from his parents to leave school, or permission from his coach to swim this race. None of these circumstances would surprise me, because he's a great young kid, and he can do whatever he turns his mind to. And so we look forward to seeing whether De Tomasis, Williams Polly and Burns can do the sorts of things that their coaches have asked them to do in this heat. It's a pretty impressive thing as a 14-year-old to swim an open company at an event of this kind, and it's all part of the growth, maturation and learning processes of an age swimmer. To marshal into a room where you've got Olympic champions and Olympic and national swimmers internationally. So there's no mucking around in the marshalling room like there is at an age meet or even a club meet, where kids are standing on their head, singing songs and playing the fool from time to time. This is the big league, and so you have to come in, listen to all the technical officials, watch the big boys, and do what they do. And that's a great thing for these kids to learn. Watch the champions in warm-up and cool down. Watch how they do everything, and then take it home and think about it. And that's one of the great things about this meet for the young age swimmers, and why we're seeing age swimmers come from other parts of Australia to be able to get the exposure that I've just been talking about as a way in which they can improve themselves in the sport that they're deeply committed to. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later, about the commitment.
So it's Burns with a narrow lead, and looks like from the sidelines here, Williams and De Tomasis have closed the gap, so they're going to come in for the last 100 metres. It's going to be Burns with a time of 3 minutes 18, William Thomas with a time of 3:19, and Williams Polly with a time of 3:20. So
they're all going to be respectable times and at or around their PBs here, which is a great effort. So Williams Polly and De Tomasis putting the pressure on Burns. Burns with a slight lead. And they're going to come down. There's about 60 metres to go in this race. So it looks like Burns is tiring out front. It looks like the other two have narrowed that lead. So Burns hits the wall, and they've taken about, especially Williams Polly's taken about second off that. So it's a race between two. Matty Burns, slight lead over Williams Polly with 25 metres to go. It's actually Williams Polly who's taken the lead over Burns. Burns trying to fight agonisingly. He's really toughing it out in this last 10 to 15 metres. Williams Polly with a slight lead. Burns trying his guts out, but it's Williams Polly who hits the wall with a time of 4 minutes 23. Really brought it home in that last 50. Burns in second with a time of 4 minutes 25. And De Tomasis hits the wall in third. And just waiting for the times to come up. No time so far for De Tomasis, but great last 50 metres by Williams Polly there. Steve? I'm thinking Sarah Scott, I should say, who I think is his coach, apologies if not, would be pretty happy with that. And his progression is going along beautifully for Nationals. And congratulations, Owen, for swimming what I think is probably your first open meet, and done it well. Now we move to event number 5. Marika Gura has the record both for all comers and Victorian record of 25.60, and this is the 50 metres butterfly, and the seeding of this event will be such that the fastest swimmers will be in the first heat, and there's 7 heats down to, with respect to them, the slowest swimmers, and they go pretty quick as well in heat number 7, I can assure you of that. But Helena Gasson has come down from Queensland at age 25, and she's in lane 4, and she has the fastest time of 26.93 by way of entry. They're just sorting out some technical matters. This is the first time we've gone from this end. This is completely par for the course here. That there's the occasional thing that needs fixing early on in the meet. I think they're good to go now. The referee's given the signal, blown the whistle. Sarah Cooper, lane 0, Holly Neville, lane 1. The Korean swimmer Yoon Hui Kim, who's coming to school here from Vic Centre in lane 2. Ilioski 3, Helena Gasson 4, Becca St Vincent from Abbottsley 5, Victoria McTeague 6, Amber Downham 7, Jardine Ralph 8 and Mackenzie House 9. But it is the swimmer in lane 4, Helena Gasson, who's swimming to form here and doing what's needed to comfortably get herself into the final. I can assure you of that. And that's a cosy 27.18 first. Becca St Vincent from Abbottsley second in 28.11, and Yoon Hui Kim 28.63 third. Yoon Hui Kim's won a few medals at state age and has enjoying her time here as a visitor to our shores. Heat number 2, 3 pretty fancy swimmers in the middle of this pool. Costa, Pinegar, either side, Emma Malcolm and Isabella Simons from the MLC Quadric. So MLC got 3 of the top 4 swimmers in this heat, and off they go. Look at the underwater work of Pinegar. She's probably the greatest underwater swimmer in Australia, bar none. And it's Evans, Huell, Davison, McGovern, Malcolm, Costa, Pinegar, Simons, Mia Holam, Laura Brosnan and Grace Jones in that order from top to bottom. But it is Kayla Costa 27.53 second, Emma Malcolm first, Emma Malcolm second 28.17. She'll be happy with that swim. And third is Isabella Simons from MLC Aquatic 28.41.
So upcoming in the 3 of 7 50 butterflies, they take their set and off they go. So from top to bottom, Andrea Chow, lane 1, Zoe Moran, Abby Hartshorn, Maggie Skews, Yolan Kukla, Georgia Pryor, Isabella Boyd and Sarah Henry. Lane 8, Victoria Fozzard, and in lane 9, Dominic Maloney. But out in lane number 5, should I say lane number 4, it is Yolan Kukla leading currently, and we will see who hits the wall first, and it's Kukla with a time of 20 minutes 28 seconds 01. Just got out Pryor, Georgina Pryor, and it was a close range in third, Maggie Skews. And what a classic race that was.
Yolanda Cook was a famed, highly regarded and well-credentialed swimmer who's swum at the top of the highest level for 10 years. It's great to see her still swimming. Heat number 4 from the top, Feliciani, Morel, Illich, Herman, Underwood, Doyle, Layla Day from Bendigo, Lily Hall from Nunawading and Janet Zano, Sophie Irving in lane 8 and Natalia Jovanovic, the 14-year-old from Auburn in lane 9. And with little more than 15 metres to go, it's the swimmer in lane 6, Layla Day, out with her nose in front, and the Nunawading, the Flyers swimmer, the Nunawading swimmer in Underwood second, 29.46, and third, Sophie Irving in lane 8, 29.48 third, Lily Hall fourth, Jade Morel fifth, Alana Illich sixth, Madeline Doyle from Furbank Aquastars in seventh, Feliciani 8 and Jovanovic 9, and we move now to heat number 5.
So heat 5 here. So they're doing some really great times. Beautiful technique by all the girls. Butterfly is a really quick but grueling race. So they hit the blocks.
13 to 23 is a 10-year spread between top and bottom here. Owen Rogers in lane 0, Mia Hayden 1, Giselle Davey 2, Ollie Brem 3, Highland 4, Eldridge 5, Carvarson 6, Barnwell 7, Roberts 8 and Morgan Evans 9.
So the girls out in front. So out in lane number 2, it looks like Davey is currently leading, but with an even spread across the pool. out in lane number 9. Evans is also coming out over the top, and it looks like it's going to be Evans who hits the wall first. Should I say Davey with a time of 30.34. Second, Highland with a time of 30.48. And Evans in lane number 9 coming third.
Heat number 6.
Heat number 6. So Chantal Campbell from top to bottom. Chantal Campbell, Tiara Hutchison, Joanna Denell, Jacqueline Monaghan, Emily Rosick, Annabelle Bamford, Kira Tate, Sienna Stone, Alexandra Rapkins, and Kate Moffat. And they're off and racing, Steve.
Lane 8 is a scratching, but it's the swimmer in lane 0, Chantal Campbell, who's out in front and may have the tank to hold on. Lane 4's going all right, Emily Rosic, and the flyer from Flyers, Sienna Stone in lane 7's going pretty well too. But bang, Sienna Stone first, Campbell second, and the third swimmer is Kira Tate from Soddy Park.
Tell you what, they go quick, don't they, Steve?
Oh, yeah, you've got to keep your wits about you. We're in the last heat now, so we roll through it beautifully. And from the top, Caitlin O'Keefe from MLC Aquatic in lane 1, Elise Craig lane 2, Annie Marquis in lane 3, Amrita Subramaniam in lane 4, again from MLC Aquatic. Another 13-year-old, Tamieka Ross in 5, Taya Odell 6 from Nunawading, Jordan White from Cronulla, and GT Aquatics have sent another 14-year-old down in Somalia Harridan.
So it looks like Craig in lane 2 with the early lead. Ross putting pressure in lane number 5. Marskin in lane 3 coming, but it looks like lane 5, Ross, looks like the leader. She's coming, but lane 2 in Craig, looks like Ross and Craig. Who hits the wall first? It's Ross in the time of 30 seconds and 65, followed by Craig in second, and third was O'Keefe. So racing really good times there.
We saw some of the younger ones get their first experience at Open Championship level here, and you've always got to do it. When Greg Norman played his first professional tour event against the Australian, and happy birthday, Greg, he turned 65 this week.
Happy birthday,
and way back in 1976, he had his first professional tour start, or close to it, and he teed it up with Jack Nicklaus on the first tee and hit a cold top down the middle. And even the greatest of all, one of the greats of all time, it's always hard when you step up into the big time. And it's not quite the big time here, but it's on the way. And it's for the 13 or 14-year-old boys and girls who are swimming in open company. It's a good way to start to learn. We've got the order of events here on the screen, and you can see that we're now moving to event number 6, which is the men's open 200 metres butterfly. And we've got some dolphins already in this first race, and we find them in lane 1 and lane 4. So from lane 0, Isaac Bellinger, lane 1, David Schlicht. Bellinger's a scratching. Schlicht is not. Zach Freuden 2, Jack Carr 3, David Morgan 4. Watch how well he goes underwater. Watch Morgan's underwater. Theodoros Benahoutsis in lane 5 from Vic Centre. Will Sharp Seps in lane 6. Hamish Bowden from MLC Aquatic in 7. And Jackson Carr from DVE Aquatic in lane 8. And Tian Colkins-Bedian from Wyndham Sharks in lane 9. But it's MLC Aquatic with 2 swimmers in this race, and David Morgan coming second behind Benahoutsis, who's first in a 27.29, and there's 1/100th between the two of them. And Jack Carr, who is third from, no, it's David, I beg your pardon, David Schlicht, who is coming in third, but it's a very close.
Certainly very close. So out in front is Benny Husto. Out second is Schlicht, and Morgan in third. Only 1 second approximately separating the top 3 swimmers. Really good technique, really good strokes at the moment. And the top 3 pressurising one another.
So David Schlicht is well known for his IM swimming, and so picking up the point that I made earlier in the commentary, one of the things that will be being sought to achieve by, for example, an IM swimmer, which includes David, is certain things to improve certain legs. So he's not in this race as a butterflyer per se, but as a person who's trying to improve his butterfly swimming for his IM. But this is a good go from him. It's David Morgan, who's Australia's best 200-metre butterflyer, out in front, and that's where we'd expect him to be. He's showing considerable strength in his stroke. It's Benahoutsis from Vic Centre second, and David Schlicht coming in third. 2:02.95, Morgan. Benahoutsis 2:04.04, and Schlicht 2:04.55. And David will be happy with that, with a 6-second PB.
Really brought it home, Morgan, didn't he, in that last 50?
Morgan 7 seconds over his PB, and Benahoutsis is about the same. So
so we come up to heat number 2 of 4.
they've set the pace, and they've made it clear what's required to get into this final. Heat 2 of 4.
So in lane 0, we have Nathan Tran, lane 1, Thomas Halliday, lane 2, Kyle Young, lane 3, Matthew Vandenberg, lane 4, Matthew Temple, lane 5, Will Rich Coatsey, lane 6, Elliot Mitchell, lane 7, Ryan Bicknell, lane 8, Joshua Harris, and in lane 9, Ryan Oliver.
Now, Matthew Temple has been displaying considerable talent and ability in the his considerable talent and ability in the last year, with some great international form. He's been moving from a strong, well-respected open swimmer now to a international swimmer. To take the next step is important. He's Wilrich Coetzee from North Shore has got his nose in front of Temple. And it's quite a battle between the two of them, and they'll go stroke for this entire race. Coetzee's got his nose in front. He's got about shoulder length distance. 57.9, 58.05 Temple second. Josh Harris 1 minute 02 third. Vandenberg fourth. Kyle Young fifth, and Thomas Halliday sixth from MLC Aquatic. So Nick Feliardes has got a very fine squad there, and he's turning out some pretty good swimmers, as is evident from this race and the one before, while still under load. Halliday coming back into the sport.
So Temple hits the wall with 50 metres to go. Coetzee not far behind. Vandenberg in third, then Mitchell in fourth. So it's going to be Coetzee and Temple Vandenberg to fight this one. But it's Coetzee with a narrow lead over Temple, and they're going stroke for stroke. You can hear the supporters on the sidelines. Coetzee, the slight lead, coming down. Who will hit the wall first, Coetzee or Temple? And it's Coetzee.
Temple's got him on the line.
Or Temple, should I say.
Temple's bloused him on the line, and I expected that.
Of a second.
He's going to be one to beat.
They really hammered it home, challenging each other mentally, but Vandenberg in third. And what a classic race that was, Steve.
Indeed, and let's not confuse the swimmer from North Shore with the man in charge of the Olympic movement, in John Coates, who also goes by the moniker Coetzee. So we'll discriminate between the two of them and call Coetzee from Sydney, who runs the show, Coetzee, and Wilrich Coetzee from North Shore as well in Sydney, and that's how we'll pick the difference. Heat number 3. From the top, lane 0, Sean Gatt from Wyndham. Hamish McDougall, lane 1. Jaden Carr from Northcote, lane 2. Callum Leach, lane 3. Bowen Goff, another fine butterfly from Nunawading. Lachlan O'Connor from Evolution Aquatics in Tauranga. Evan Chi, mentioned him earlier, in lane 6. Joshua McCormack Goethe in lane 7. Will Middleton in lane 8, and Wonho Kim from the Auburn Swim Club in lane 9.
So Goff hitting the wall first, followed by O'Connor in second, and then McDougall in lane 1 coming third. So Goff with a good substantiated lead early on in this race. So it'll be interesting to see how he hits the wall and then brings it home in the last 100.
No, we're looking at a potential medal winner here tonight in Bowen Goff. He's got the time, a personal best time. He will be going head-to-head with David Morgan and Matthew Temple in this final. It's going to be a cracking final tonight too. And it'll be very interesting to see what David Schlick says about all that and where he is in his preparation for Olympic trials.
Just so impressive. All these athletes, they really must train so hard. We don't probably appreciate following that Blackpool line, how hard these guys work.
Well,
and it's just impressive to see such magnificent athletes from the side.
200 flies a stinger.
Yeah, definitely. So Goff hits the wall with a time of 1 minute 27 thus far in the last 50. Second O'Connor 132 and McDougall not far behind on 132. Leach in fourth and Chi in fourth. But it's all about Goff coming down in lane 4. And as you mentioned today, it's going to be a fantastic final tonight. Hammering it home is Goff. And let's see what time he gets. Hits the wall in a time of 1 minute 59, which is quite a substantiated time. Coming in second, O'Connor 2:04, and McDougall third 2:06. Che in lane 6 2:09, and coming in lane 8 2:13 Middleton, and McCormick lane 7 2:15.
I've no doubt about that, but he'll be pretty happy with that swim all the same. He's about 3 seconds over his PB. I think he did all that was required. He didn't have anyone on his shoulders either. So I'm not convinced that he will absolutely take this out, because I think he's going to have to suffer a world of pain to get over the top of David Morgan, and it depends how much they've been trained this week. That's my take on that. Well, they don't call you the Great Gatsby for nothing, and we welcome everyone and everyone to participate. It's interactive these days. The children are interactive on their mobile phones, and even the parents are able to interact with you. Thanks very much, Tim, for that. And I'm very happy to take a seat to Tokyo as well, and down the back of the bus. And if anyone in that commentary of Channel 7 gets the stitch, I'll crawl over the top of you in a heartbeat.
So,
oh, yeah. This is John from Colorado. He's a very astute man, John from Colorado. There's nothing escapes him. But Kerry Stokes, if you're listening or if you're watching, there's a couple of reservists here who will do it for about a tenth of the price.
Yeah, certainly. Bit of no frills, bit of Franklin.
Yeah, it's all about cost cutting. There's media stars all over the place that are losing their jobs left, right and centre, and there's some young, talented commentators here who are ready to take the mantle for dirt cheap dough. What do you reckon?
As you said, throw me at the back of the bus.
We're there.
I'll go in the steerage class if that is possible. But,
no problems.
Back to the race. We've got a two-man race here with Heo and Crichton, both from Nuttawading. So there'd be a little bit of animosity between these two, and they're both only 15 years of age. So two young swimmers going head-to-head, but hitting the wall with 50 metres to go is Heo with a time of 1:37, and Crichton will be chasing him down in this last 50 with a time of 1:39. So leading from the front from Nuttawading is Heo. From the back is Crichton. Can he chase him down? He's got a lead of around 5 metres, has Heo. Crichton trying desperately, but it looks like Heo's really putting on the afterburners. Coming down to the last 20 metres of this race. Look at the stroke, and Heo beautifully caressing through the water, and it's going to be all Heo by the length of the Flemington Straight. Hits the wall in a time of 2 minutes 13. Crichton just behind by 5 seconds with a time of 2 minutes 18, but good head-to-head, and as you can say, a bit of love there from the two swimmers from Nuttawading.
Well, they've both PB'd as well. They'll both be happy. Mum and Dad have justified the please excuse letter. They were probably told if they don't PB, they can get back to class. I was talking to some friends in Malaysia the other week, and they've got this brutal system in Malaysia that if you do not PB, even in a heat, you get fined 10 ringgit. That's 3 Aussie dollars or thereabouts.
Wow.
And no PB, mum and dad open the wallet. Now, I don't advocate this in this country.
I was thinking we might put that to the Swimming Victoria boards.
If you do that, there'll be a spill. And I'll be leading the charge.
And right now we have 107 live viewers, so welcome to all the viewers from around Australia and the world. Thank you so much for tuning in on this Facebook Live event. So this event, we've got the 100-metre butterfly men, open age, so from lane 0, top to bottom. Ben Auckram, lane number 1, Patrick Getson, lane number 2, Joshua Alford. Lane 3, Dylan Logan. Lane 4, Cole Pearce. Lane 5, Braden Jason. Lane 6, Nathan Jason. Lane 7, Kataro Ogiwara. And in lane 8, Len England as the swimmers hit the wall, and it's Pearce with the early lead, followed by Jason in second and Logan in third. Pearce hit the wall about a second and a front in half, and he's really hammering this butterfly home. So Pearce coming down to the last 25 metres. Interesting to see what kind of qualifying time he can get. Be interesting to see in the final tonight, but it's all Pearce. Following closely behind is Jason trying to make up that time, but it's going to be Pearce who hits the wall in a time of 59.17. Second, Jason with a time of 101.53. Third, in comes the brother in Jason, possibly a time of 104.74. And in lane 7, Ogiwara with a time of 106.72. Lane 1, Getson came 5th. So beautiful race there by Jason. And I might have to confirm with Tim, are they brothers, the two Jasons there, Nathan and Bray? Are they brothers? Are they related in any way?
I'll have to check that, but let's talk about Cole Pearce, who took that one out. Comes from a little country town, or a medium-sized country town in Victoria of Echuca. Trains under Matt King at the Melbourne H2O Swim Club.
Only 16 years of age too, young fella.
In 2017, he recorded 5 new S10, 13 and under national age records. And in 2019, 4 gold medals at the Hancock Prospecting Australian Age Swimming Championships. He also competed at the World Para Champs in London last year, taking home a bronze medal in the men's 100 butterfly S10 event. So he's one to watch tonight, and also quite possibly in Tokyo.
Some interesting facts about the young fella in Cole Pearce. So we go to heat number 2 here in the men's butterfly multi-class. So in lane 1, we have Samuel Gould. Lane 2, Jared Dyer. Lane 3, Timothy Hodge. Lane 4, Liam Sluter. Lane 5, Ricky Better. Lane 6, Bailey Stewart. Lane 7, Harrison Vig. And in lane 8, Bradley Doolan. All the ages are ranging from Bradley Doolan, who I just mentioned, 25 years of age, all the way down to the youngest, which is Samuel Gould, 14 years of age. So definitely interesting to see. We've got a little hold up and delay here. We're just not sure why, but the officials have called them back down off the blocks.
And it might be an opportunity to, they're getting back up on the blocks. I'll keep that thought in a minute.
Just some clarification into some elements of the factors to be taken into account in the disabilities.
So on the blocks and racing. So as I mentioned, the age range is here. Bradley Doolan, age 25, down to the youngest, and Samuel Gould. So off from racing early in lane 5. It looks like we have Ricky Better with an early lead.
Cracking start too, 0.60 off the block. He knows the business, Rick Betar from Auburn. Got a bit of a team out here this week. I've seen 3 or 4 of his teammates come out on the deck to support him. It's a lovely thing you see in swimming.
So Sluter currently leading over Betar. Both hit the ball in 28, and in third we have Dwyer. So it's Slutter and Beater going toe for toe. Beautiful strokes through the water, and it's going to come down to that mental edge. Who wants it more? So Slutter and Beater, and in lane number 3 we have Hodge really trying to chase him down, but it looks like it's going to be Slutter, and lane number 4 is going to hit the ball first, which he does with a time of 1 minute 0.60. Beater with a time of 101.47, and Hodge in lane number 3 with a time of 102.33. Coming in fourth was Hyatt and Classic Race Air Boys.
Dyer.
Speaking of the famous name Hodge, Tim, I lost track of that bushfire cricket match. Did Hodgie get selected?
I actually didn't watch it either. We was at my own cricket club. We were running our own bushfire relief
Yes.
day, so I didn't see that one. But given Hodgie's track record of non-selection, it wouldn't surprise me.
Tim and I, when we're in commentary, really missed the opportunity to refer to the injustices that were meted out to Hodge over the length of his career, and it just reminded me with Timothy Hodge from Auburn having a swim that we should ensure the tradition continues.
Yes, and while we're waiting for this next race, we should just mention our supporters here at Swimming Victoria, Evo Sportswear, Funkita and Funky Trunks. They've got their pop-up stall here if you're watching here at the venue, or you're going to come down later today. Lots of great specials up there.
So heat 3 of the men's 12 and over 100 handicap meter butterfly for the multi-class. So in lane 1 we have Lewis Bishop, lane 2 Jesse Angles, lane 3 Genki Sato, lane 4 William Martin, lane 5 Jack Ireland, lane 6 Aidan Ural, lane 7 Americ Parmentia, and in lane 8 we have in lane 8 we have Ikapan Sungwichin. So hitting the ball first is Ireland, followed by Martin and Sato.
Well, Sato was with different spelling, is one of the great IM names from Japan, and Genki Sato is here representing his country proudly, and they certainly dished up a mouthful for you for this.
This is close. Sorry,
one.
Stephen, to interrupt. This is very close.
Jack Ireland and William Martin are going hammer and tong here. Well, Jack managed to out-touch William Martin just by, my guess would be half a tenth, 500th. Time hasn't come up, but
Martin could have been
it'll
possibly
fix it up.
With the touchpad there.
Ginkgo coming in. These are new touchpads too, Tim. This will be only the second time they've been brought out.
So this is the first coming up of the women's 12 and over 100 metre butterfly multi-class. So youngest in this race is young Ruby Storm. What a name, Ruby Storm, only 16 years old. And up to Jade Lucy, who is 23 years of age.
And just on that question about the Jasons, Vincent Jason has given us the answer to that question. Yes, the Jason boys are brothers, both S12 swimmers and little legends. Thanks there, Vincent. So we've clarified that one. And Bella Lynch says she's coming down to swim very soon. Come and say hello to us, Bella, when you come down.
Look forward to you all. Now, before we start, I want to congratulate Jason Helwig and Tim Frampton and all the team at Swimming Victoria for putting together a wonderfully decked out pool today. The signage, the flags, the tents, the physios are there. This really looks like the way a Victorian Open Swimming Championship should. It's the weather's beautiful, the stadium's going well, free entry to all, and you can really enjoy whether it be at the finals at night or the heats. Come down. Swimming Victoria have put on a real show. Well done to you all.
Thanks, Stephen. It's an absolute pleasure.
So Ruby Storm, star young gun, aged 16. and competed her first leg of the 2019 World Para Swimming World Series and claimed a silver medal in that event last year. The young gun trains under Dean Gooch at Traralgon. And from lane number 1, we have Ava Ziadi. In lane 2, we have Victoria Jessamine. Lane 3, Emily Beecroft. Lane 4, we have Paige Lenarhart. Lane 5, as I just mentioned, Ruby Storm, the young gun, 16 years old. Lane 5, Me Inchinos from the Spartans, that famous club you were talking about before, Steve. And then lane number 7, we have Jade Lucy. So it's going to be Lenarhart, followed by Storm, and Beecroft coming third. So Lenarhart in lane 4, beautiful strokes. And Storm not too far behind, but it's all Lenarhart in the latter stage of this butterfly 100 metres. And it looks going to be all Lenarhart. Storm trying. Out in lane number 6, it is Inchinosi from the Spartans, but Lenarhart hits the wall in lane number 4 first with a time of 1:06.47, followed by Storm with a time of 1:10.92. Beecroft with a time of 1:13.26. Inchinosi with a time of 1:13.94, and Jessamine with a time of 1:14. So great effort there by Lenarhart. Won that race quite easily, boys.
So they're both Leonhardt and Storm are S14. There was 5 seconds between first and second. So they were both on level pegging. And so the 19-year-old swimmer from the University of Queensland has demonstrated that she is the one to beat in this event, at least in the S14 category. We have one swimmer in the next event, also of the S14 category, Taylor Corrie from Nelson Bay Swim Club, aged 25, and we'll see if she goes between 1:05 and 1:10 to work out the relativities in the S14 category. And off they go from the top. It's Imogen Nolan from Northcote, Kirilee Hayes from Genesis Aquatics, Ksenia Pavluchikova from Russia in lane 3, Corrie 4, Smith 5, Amy Cook 6, and Angela Bubb S10 from Logan Vikings in lane 7.
And if you're enjoying the vision and the graphics today, that's because our good friends at Big Voice Media are doing a superb job, as always. Thanks to Daniel and the boys there. Keep up the good work.
So it's Corrie hits the wall first, followed by Hayes, then Smith. Not far behind is Cook, and then Nolan. All welcome, boys. So Corrie out in front, followed by Smith and Hayes. Coming down to the last 20. Smith really, really rocketing home. It's Corrie by about 1 body length at the moment. It's a race between 2, Corrie and Smith. But Corrie looks like she's just going to hold on. And she does. And wins by 0.05 of a second. In third comes Hayes. And fourth, Cook. Cook. And the rest of the field are about to finish. Nolan on the outside. She's about to finish. Bubb in 5th. And coming in 6th is Nolan with a time of 1:29.
There was an outstanding swim from Elizabeth Smith at S9 category, from a visitor from the United States of America, and news overnight was that the great breaststroker Rebecca Soni was introduced into the International Swimming Hall of Fame overnight, and that will be a big ceremony with a number of Australians attending at the induction. Those Australians will include the late Forbes Carlyle's wife Ursula as a coach, and Michael Klim, and there'll be and I think there's 1 or 2 other Australians whose names, forgive me, I've forgotten, who will also be inducted. But if I may, congratulations to Rebecca Soni, a legend of the sport, and I'm mentioning all that because we're up to event number 9, which is the women's 100 metres breaststroke, and
Bit of a Nunawading.
Well, in lane 4, yes, Tim, we've got probably Australia's best 100 metres breaststroker in Jess Hansen, but from the top, Imogen Worthy, Nunawading. Catherine Brooks, lane 1, Nunawading. Misha Vyabovsky, the best 15-year-old breaststroker, Nunawading. Riddell Smith, a multi-gold medal winner at age level, and Nunawading. Jess Hansen, Nunawading. Zoe Deacon, Nunawading. Woy Woy has Cassandra Van Breugel, well-credentialed, well-known swimmer from that beautiful part of Australia. Maika Vree from Surrey Park, Sienna Elphinston in 8, and Ella Smith from Furback Aquastars in lane 9. So you won't be surprised to know that their coach emeritus, Lee Nugent, wrote the book on how to swim breaststroke, and they obviously read it out there because they've got half the field.
And I think we talked about that at our last event, Stephen, that Nunawading consistently turn out absolute top quality breaststrokers.
Absolutely, and this is no exception.
And
so
let's look at the time.
107.4, so that's just a half a second over a PB. So Jess will be pretty happy with that. I think that's her PB.
What's the seed time? 106 coming in.
Oh, 106.91, but that's perhaps her PB. I'm not sure. 105.66 is a Victorian all-comers record from Liesl Jones. So
that could be in threat tonight, I reckon.
That's there. Jess is there or thereabouts, and it was Rebecca Sony who beat somewhat unexpectedly Liesl Jones at the Olympic Games. Heat number 2. Swimmers have been asked to stand down.
Tara Kinder swimming in this heat.
From Victoria, the DVE club. Back in the starters' hands.
Several years ago, I asked Tara who her hero was, and she said Lindley Frame, champion Australian breaststroker, and still swimming at Masters events. A couple of years ago, went to Budapest, just smashed out a couple of world records and gold medals.
Well, Tara's another swimmer who looks to the breaststroke for her damage wrought in the IM, and it's 50-50 as between where her focus is. I'm not privy to that detail, but she's certainly a very fine breaststroker. But from the top, Imogen Worthy, lane 0. I beg your pardon. Eloise Henning, lane 0. Chow Huynh from Northcote, lane 1. Jasmine Tran from Auburn, 2. Anna Lee, 3. Chelsea Hodges, 4. Tara Kinder, 5. Nisha Kinkercorn, 6. Taya Odell, 7. Emma Rao, 8. And Grace Smith, 9. And some of these swimmers have certainly left school to do that, and a big shout out to Anna as well. She's doing a VCE, and she's going head to head in the best. And so it's first Chelsea Hodges, 109.84. Tara Kinder's come in second at 110.94, which is just under a second above her PB. Jasmine Tran third, Kia Horn fourth, and Anna Lee fifth.
Beautifully called there, Steve. So heat 3.
Look out for the middle lane, lane 4, Leaston Pickett.
Yep.
At 28 is coming back hard into the sport, and enormous talent.
Is that a relative of the famous AFL Pickett name?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, so...
Or Wilson Pickett.
So from lane 0, we have Chloe Marksar, lane 1, Elena Pistrin. Lane 2, we have Amy Mead. Lane 3, Katuka Nagwati. Lane 4, Leaston Pickett. Lane 5, Michaela Smith. Lane 6, Matilda Smith. Lane 7, Phoebe Harris. Lane 8, Madeleine Horvaith. And lane 9, Lily Eldridge. So as the girls come up to hit the wall for the first time, it's Pickett, as you mentioned earlier, in first position, followed by Smith, then the other sister in Smith, and then Harris. So it's Pickett setting the early tone.
32.41 she's come out at, and Leaston has very much got Tokyo on her mind. Olympic trials in June, 6 weeks beforehand, and she's doing everything she can to get herself back on the Australian Olympic team in this stroke. And anyone with her ability and track record has genuine prospects in this stroke at women's level for doing so. 109.09 is well 2.3 over her PB, and Jess Hansen and she will go head to head.
And Pickett, gold medal in the 50 breast, 2014 Glasgow Commonwealth Games, and bronze again in Gold Coast in 2018. So you're right, she's got her sights set on Tokyo.
Final heat, no, the fourth heat, fourth of 6. Lane 0, Amelie Legrand from Northcote. Madison Daniels and Nana Wadding. Lane 2, Renee Fox, Isabella Volkenhorst, the IM swimmer, 15 from Nunna in lane 3. Dominique Quirk, lane 4. Kirsten Fisher Masters, lane 5. Michaela Smith, lane 6. Georgia Walker, lane 7. Amelia Deathridge, lane 8. And Hannah Sardi in lane 9, the 2 young swimmers from Loreto Aquatic.
So with the early lead, about to hit the wall, and here she comes. So hitting the wall first is Fisher Ma with a time of 34.05.
Cook Islands.
Quirk 36.68, and Fox in third position. So Fisher Ma from the Cook Islands with the handy lead coming to the last leg of this 100 metre. So Fish Ma, interesting name there.
Well, Fisher Masters is putting herself very clearly into the final. Yep. She may well be able to go close to a bronze, but we'll see how well she stacks up there when she comes in. She's going to swim something like a 1:14, so that may not put her in medal contention, but she's gone 3 seconds, forget about that, under her PB, and she's come over here to do something like that, and we're delighted she has.
I think that's another great thing about this event. It attracts the swimmers from varying parts of the world. So they do say Melbourne is the sporting capital of the world. So it's great to see here in swimming. It's following trend behind all the other sports that attract international people from everywhere.
Well, with an Olympic and Paralympic year, the swimmers want every quality hit out that they can get before
certainly.
Tokyo.
So we're up to heat 5 of 6. So in lane 0 we have Hayley McKinder, lane 1 Alicia Mandato, lane 2 we have Blake Charlie Millard, lane 3 we have Grace Higgins, lane 4 Tahalia Mikalev, in lane 5 Vali Nihil, lane 6 Alexandra Illich, lane 7 Sophie Beldam Collins, lane 8 Lucy Roberts, and in lane 9 Chloe Millard from the MLC Aquatic.
So we've got some pretty handy swimmers all around the same time in the middle of the pool between Grace Higgins, Talia McCulloch, Vali Nihil and Alexandra Illich, and we'll see what the Millard children have to say about all that, and they've had a lot to say because it's Charlie Millard out in front and her twin sister is coming second, and this is a battle that they're well familiar with, but they won't even know they're going head to head here. And their older brother, the best swimmer at 17 in Victoria, hopefully will be cheering them on.
And
but
are they rivals?
Charlie out in front.
Are they good rivals and good friends?
Absolutely, they're great kids, the both of them. In fact, it's Chloe who's having a real dip here, and she's gonna reverse the form line here, much to her. Oh, look at that, 1/100th. Now, Charlie's going to be filthy about this because Chloe's got too close to her. And Bobby, the coach, is going to sit back and kill himself laughing. And Bobby's got Chloe up where he expects her to be.
And in third, we had Millard, so time of 1.
Talia Varley Nil from the Bayside Club, who's come in third. Bendigo, I do apologise.
So
the last heat we've got now, Rob, it's 6 of 6.
6 of 6, so these are the last opportunity to get through the finals tonight.
There's some pretty handy swimmers in this race. From the top, lane 0, Bianca Matthews, lane 1, Elka Lewis, lane 2, very talented young breaststroker at 12 years of age.
Wow.
Look at the little one. She's real good, this one, look Sardell. You watch how well she goes. Olivia Platt in lane 3. It's impressive. Eva Kernich in lane 4. Dominique Maloney in lane 5. Brooke Thwaites in lane 6 from DVE Aquatic. Mia Hayden in lane 7 down from Sunny Wodonga. And Leela McNamara from Melbourne Vic Centre. And off they go, Rob.
So early on in this race, in lane number 5, it looks like it's Maloney with the early lead. Beautiful strokes. Not far behind in lane number 4 is Kernich. And in lane 6, we have Thwaites coming third. So it's going to be Kernich who hits the wall first.
And what I love about this is that I think almost all of these names, Stephen, we were calling just over a month ago at our age championships here. That's our under-18 championships, and these guys are here in the open division swimming so beautifully.
And calling with glee we were too, Tim.
It was actually Sedell and Maloney who hit the wall after the first 50 metres with the exact same time. So
I'm horrendously conflicted here in this race, so you're going to have to call the rest of it,
so
Rob.
Maloney and Sedell, but it's Sedell who's absolutely charged home in the last 50 metres. Beautiful breaststrokes. She's coming home like a steam train, and the last few strokes are absolutely magnificent.
It's Maloney.
And it's Maloney, sorry, I was looking at the wrong swimmer, with a time of 1.18, followed by Kernich, who was right beside her with a time of 1.20, and Platt.
Happy with that, Stephen?
1.21.
Happy with that time?
Sorry about to the viewers.
Relatively.
We got a little bit confused in that race, but
2.5 under her PB. She'll have a bit more tonight. I don't know whether it'll get her in anywhere, but there might be a B final handy. But this is all about her IM, and she used to be able to swim at that breaststroke, so we'll see what happens.
Well, the breaststroke is so critical to the IM, as we've talked about in previous events, and no doubt we'll talk about again.
No doubt. And also, if you want to see some good breaststroke, you've got a dead set coming up now in the next event. 1 of 5, men's 50. From the top, David Schlicht, lane 0, gun breaststroker. Tim Roberts, Calvin Reid, Joshua Gilbert, Sam Williamson, the best sprinter breaststroker in going around, Cameron Jordan, Julian Layton, Jeffrey Guao, Robert Friend, Karan Fernandez, and I think you'll find it'll be Will Williamson out in front, and that he is. The chap next to him, Cameron Jordan from Bendigo,
yes,
who's in the lead there in the orange cap. He foxed me with that. The bright pink cap.
But Julian Layton's having a crack. I think he's going to get him.
Cameron Jordan first.
Oh.
Sam Williamson second. Josh Gilbert third. Calvin Reid fourth. Julian Layton fifth. And Daniel Cave, and gee, isn't he talented?
Yep.
In the next heat. From the top, Dale Thomas, Matthew Joubert, Adam Selwood. What a name that is.
That is
Wrong
a good
sport.
Wrong sport.
Königsberger.
It was handy that
lane
way.
3, Daniel Cave, the Dolphin 4, Josh Pickett 5, Ryan Bicknell, Clayton Fowler, Will Middleton, and Thomas Ickerton.
So good start by all men. So with the splits early on, we're about to get them, but it looks like out in lane number 5, it's Pickett leading early, along with Cave and Cohen Spear. So Pickett coming strong, lane number 4. But it looks like Cave. So Cave and Pickett.
Cave.
So Cave is going to hit the wall first, and just beat Cohen Spinger and Pickett in third. So
I'm calling Cave for tonight. I reckon
it's
he'll
a handy
do
time.
But I'm very impressed with our friend from Howard Pakarunga, Mario Königsberger. He could medal. Zach Stubble, he could. No, I forgot about him. Now have a good look at this bloke. Geez, he can he can really backstroke.
So starting from
and also breaststroke.
So starting from the top, William Petrick, Joshua Hargraves, Thomas Pearce, Kieran Jussing, Zach Stubberty Cook, Zahn Collins, Nicholas Finstone, Jack Charleston, Bradley Patterson, and Corey Cinders out in lane number 9. So in lane 4, it is Zach Stubberty Cook, who looks like he's leading, about to hit the wall, and he's taken this one out in a time of 28.35, followed by Collins 29.41, and Pearson with a time of 30 seconds. And I've just can't see the last bit.
Stubblety Cook's dropped a 0.2 PB, and he is the man to beat tonight. And Samuel Williamson needs to keep a very close eye on him. And my money's on Stubblety Cook tonight.
And that Victorian record of 27.57 is not all that far away.
Well, Daniel Cave will have something to say about his own record.
And from top to bottom, Jai McGregor, Kai Lumsden, Yannick Swolsman, Joshua Stoll, Nathan Tran, Nicholas Chang, Tom Perry, Nicholas Wu, and Gabe Watson. And to top it off in lane number 9, we have Oliver Jan. So it's a really close race between lane 5 and 6. Chang and Perry going toe for toe, followed by Stoll in lane number 3. And Tran and Chang are going to hit the wall. Who hits the wall first? It's a close one, but it's Chang who's just defeated Perry, and followed by, in third, Tran. So a really close battle there, and only the really close time of 0.44 or 4.2 separating the top 3 swimmers there.
And
Steve.
Terry from Arizona cheering on Charlie Heath. Good to have you with us, Terry.
And cheer
Welcome,
for
Terry.
and cheer for your local college too, because Arizona is a very powerful outfit in the NCAAs.
So Charlie Heath out in lane number 0, Adam Reamer lane 1, lane 2, Ryan Moody, Johnny Fran in lane 3, lane 4, Isaac Bellinger lane 5, Finley Cousins lane 6, Ben Masters lane 7, Leon Ira lane 8, Nicholas Stupas, and in lane 9, Nelson Dong as they come and hit the wall. It looks like out in lane number 6,
Cousins 5.
going to be
5.
lane 5, Cousins wins over Masters, and in lane 7, Ira. Good race there. It's all over said and done a lot quicker than all the other races, boys.
Yeah,
So
well, we're not feeling as much heat as we will be when we get to the 50-metre freestyle, I can assure you of that.
Might get wet.
We now move to event number 11, the 400 IM. It was a very nice PB from young Tom Perry there in lane 6, well over a second PB. He's got sprinting in his genes. His late father, Chris, won the Stall gift, and Tom's very committed to his swimming.
Stall gift for our international viewers. A very prestigious foot race in country Victoria over every Easter weekend.
it's a handicap race, so varying runners from varying levels, but it's handicapped, so even though you might not be the quickest, you still got a chance of taking
And
out.
my father trained for the Stall gift but never actually ran it.
Oh, there you go.
Well, there's two things you've got to train for in the Stall gift. One's the racing, and the other's the betting. And I don't know what requires more skill, because to be able to clean up, you have to have all manner of skill. You need a skilled coach who can coach the running magnificently and make sure the market is properly informed.
So for the women's open 400 metre,
Slowest to fastest here, Rob. So the slowest swimmers, if I can say that with the greatest respect to them, will be in heat 1.
Slowest entry time.
Entry times, and the fastest entry times will be in lane 4.
And this is a timed final, so this is not a heats and final scenario. We'll just run these 4 timed finals or heats, but the medals will be decided by the top 3 fastest times from these 4 races
Oh, these
coming
are
up.
time finals. Thanks, Tim.
so in lane number 1 we have Taylor Theodore. Lane number 2 we have Rebecca Lang from Peninsula Hurricanes. Lane 3 we have Ciara Walsh from MLC Aquatic. Lane 4 we have Elisa Rodopoulos from Nuttawading.
Worthy not starting.
Sorry about that. Lane 5 we have Imogen Worthy, also from Nuttawading.
She's missing. Didn't start.
Didn't start.
Well,
Okay.
she swam the breaststroke.
So
I
both
think.
of them haven't started.
No, only Worthy missing. We've got Rodopoulos.
I think Worthy decided she rather practice her breaststroke than her 400 IM, because she's a worthy competitor in the 400 IM, I can tell you. But it looks like the swimmer from Ringwood, well coached by Yuri Buranov, out there in lane number 1, who's in front, and Kira Walsh from the MLC Aquatic Club, coached by Bobby Folan, who's going to put the heat on here, because her backstroke is one of her favourite strokes, and that is exactly what she's done, viewers. and it's the swimmer next to her in lane 5, Alicia Rodopoulos from Nunawading, who's in third. But this is a punish, this event. 400 IM is the hurtiest of the hurt.
It's a gut buster.
Not a muscle group that isn't impacted. And of course, 1500, 800, 400 free is, and the 200 breaststroke and 200 fly are also extremely physically demanding. But this 400 IM, to my eye, is the hardest of the hard.
Not to mention the 1 mile backstroke that you talked about, Stephen, in your day.
Yeah.
The 1500 one, or the 1 mile backstroke.
Yeah, 1 mile back. That was the week after the 1 mile freestyle in grade 4.
Grade 4.
Yeah.
Still scarred.
My
still
daughter,
scarred.
yeah, well, I'm not going to give too much away. Let me put it another way. I was talking to a learn to swim coach the other day who managed to get the young fella to get his head underwater, and he's in grade 5. And I had the opportunity again to explain what I was able to do in grade 4, and the viewers are probably very sick of it by now. But the 1 mile backstroke is one of my finest moments. And if you ever want a particular of child cruelty, give them the 1 mile backstroke.
Give them 1 mile. So we're into the breaststroke leg of this race. And I'll tell you what, all the swimmers have a beautiful stroke, just witnessing it from the sidelines.
It's Kira Walsh who's showing them how it's done here, and Bobby will be pretty happy. Bobby Folan will be pretty happy with that backstroke leg. I can't see him in the crowd. He hasn't got the towel or the thong or the chair up yet, and I don't think you'll ever see it, but that's one thing we're looking forward to as this meet unfolds. I hope I'm at the microphone when it happens, but I'm sure if I'm not, Tim will be.
So, Tim, what do you think, just observing the crowd, what kind of crowd have we brought in today so far?
Well, they're all above me, but from walking around earlier on, it's a very good crowd for day one heats, and of course the more serious action is at night with our finals.
Expecting
so
a larger contingent.
Yeah, well, it's a work day, so it's pretty good crowd for a work day. And over the weekend, I think those crowds will increase. If you're in Melbourne, visiting or live here, come on down. The entry is free, and a lot of people I've been speaking to are surprised about that.
I think it's a great initiative for people to get down here.
Well, Kira Walsh has come through in 4:11 here, so she's got a time for national age in her sight here at I think it's 5:18, but she's put in 2 very good legs in the back and the breaststroke. She's hung on well. I think she's improved her breaststroke, and she's doing what's required of her in this heat, and she's showing the other swimmers in this heat how it's done.
Taylor Theodore out there in lane 1, going very well, and I think might be closing a little. So let's watch this.
So Walsh on the turn, definitely she's Theodore has really introduced that gap. So it's 4:49 v 4:50.
And I'm going to call it. She will come over the top.
So Theodore out in lane number 1, chasing down Walsh, and Timmy Frampton's called it, and Theodore out in lane number 1.
15 metres.
Coming over the top of Walsh. Neck to neck in the last 10 metres of this race. They approach a 10-metre mark. It's Theodore Walsh trying to kick back, but you called it, Tim. Theodore out in lane number 2.
That's a great swim.
Hits the wall just in front of Walsh. 5:25.12. Walsh with a time of 5:25.95. And in lane number 6, Foster, 5:27. And Rodopoulos, 5:33. And I tell you what, you called it on the turn there in that last 50. And she certainly chased her down with integrity. And she just got up by less than 100th, or less than 1 second, should I say.
And Nora from the Tiger Sharks is with us. Big shout out to you, Nora.
Welcome, Nora.
And the
coverage.
Gisborne Thunder Swimming Club. Go Tyler.
Go Tyler.
Good to have you with us.
Gisborne Thunder's right up there with the Lismore Workers, Tim. The Lismore Workers Swim Club and the Gisborne Thunder let you know they're there.
Yep.
It was a great effort by all the girls in that, and particularly the winners, Kira and Taylor. Heat number 2, 400 IM, second heat of 4 from the top, Madison Seedy from Nunawading, Holly Brim, lane number 1, Caitlin Reynolds 2, Melissa Wolf 3, Michaela Smith 4, Grace Smith 5, Kayla Jones 6, Tara Barnwall 7, Georgia Woolard in lane 8 from Rayton, and Joanna Denall from Melton in lane 9, and she won't run out of gas. Very hard working coach and great club there down at Melton, and anyone who's in the western suburbs within a 15-minute drive of Melton and you're thinking about swimming, sign up and Rob will look after you.
So the fly leg, the first of many legs to come, but out in front it's Wolf. So going to be interesting to see over the course of the next 5 minutes who can be mentally challenging and also which girls are strongest at the particular stroke. So Wolf was leading on the first 50 metres, but as we come through to the 100, still just leading over Bream with a time of 109.06. Bream following narrowly behind 109.20, and in third it's Jones in lane number 6. So we're into the backstroke leg of this race, and look at the girls go. It's just beautiful to watch, just the strokes. And I tell you what, not being a swimmer myself, but you've got to appreciate just how much training and how much effort, their mental application, following that black line up and down the pool as often as they do. They probably train anywhere up to 7 days a week, depending on the coach. But it's a real privilege and honour to be here calling this magnificent event here at the MSAC.
And not only have we got swimmers from all around Australia and internationally, so too our officials. That swimming relies on some very dedicated volunteer technical officials. They don't get paid. They're on pool deck for many hours, heats and finals, and we have a number of officials from interstate and also from overseas, particularly for the World Para Swimming event. We have Francois all the way from France who got in yesterday, a bit jet lagged, but I'm sure he's over that and hope he's enjoying himself today.
So Jones has rocketed with that backstroke leg.
Very nice backstroke too, and she's not running out of gas as I predicted this. If you notice very carefully, as she was coming into the wall, she was holding the water beautifully on the pull, and she's still got a fair bit left in her tank, and she's a reasonably good breaststroker as well. It's remarkable how that can often be the weakest link of an IM swimmer's plan, because sometimes they can swim 1, 2 or 3 legs, but not all 4 together.
But I like Michaela Smith here in 4.
Well, Michaela Smith swam a beautiful backstroke leg too. I was watching her technique in the backstroke, but she's clearly a very good breaststroker, and she's coming through and taken about a body length and a half in that 50 metres, and she's turned in 3:17.25. Kayla Jones 3:18.74, and the question in this race will be how much distance is Smith able to place in the field by reason of her outstanding breaststroke.
What's intriguing about this class of race is, you know, a swimmer can get out by 5 to 10, maybe even 12 metres, but then it's pegged back on the, on the strengths depending on the swimmer, whatever their profession is.
And this is particularly seen, as we foreshadowed, in the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, so it's in lane number 4.
And Wolf coming back too.
Smith leading, so she's going to go into the freestyle leg out in front with a time of 4:01.84. Coming second is Wolf with a time of 4:05.88. Slight lead over Jones, 4:06.05. So they're going to try and rocket this one home. So Smith with the lead out in lane number 4. Beautiful stroke, and it seems at this stage she's holding her lead, but out in lane number
3, Wolf in 3, having a crack, but I don't think she'll be able
Michaela
to mow her
Smith is
down.
really turning it on.
Yep.
She's gone very hard in that second last lap just to make sure of it. And
so Wolf has hit the wall in second here and really closed the gap. So it's going to be Smith and Wolf coming down. So Wolf chasing Smith with about 25 metres to go. Smith holding her lead, but Wolf really closing the body length. It's Smith by a body length, and Wolf chasing right beside her.
Keep your eye on the time.
So Smith, 10 metres to go. He's going to hold on. Wolf about half a body lengths behind, and it's Smith in a time of 5.1445. Walks in second with a time of 5.16.33. And in third, it's Jones, the time of 5.19.63. Reynolds, the time of 5.2025. And Bream just behind with a time of 5.2038.
Now, Michaela Smith will be delighted about that. The coach was giving it the big wave. She is, on her entry time, has grabbed a place at Age Nationals in Western Australia in April. She may well have come for that. Whatever she's done, she's swum a PB. And I'm sure her family back up in Southport Olympic are very, very happy. Heat number 3 of 4. The times are getting quicker.
So, Often Racing, in lane number 0, we have Isabello Walkenhorse from Nuttawading.
Dakota Mathers is scratching. Brianna Donato's in 3. Riddell Smith in 2, Riddell Smith in 3, Bianca Walton 4, Madison Cooper 5, Nikki Chapman 6, Caitlin Van Breen 7, Chelsea Gulbecker in lane 8 from Yeronga Park, and Amy Grella, the butterflyer, out in lane 9. And it's Brianna Donato from Propulsion who's out in front. Chelsea Gulbecker, who was a very good long-distance swimmer in the open water as well, from Yeronga Park in second, and she will be there or thereabouts at the end of it all, I can assure you. At 21, she's got the strength and the perhaps the fitness as well to really put the foot down here and grab a spot in the final. It's Gulbecker turning in 105.72, which is a very, very good split. And she's a very good backstroker as well. She's hammering it now. And it's the butterflyer Amy Grella in second. She's played to her strength in that first leg of the IM. And you can throw a blanket over third, fourth and fifth. But it's out there is Brianna Donato, I think, in third.
So as they come for the second part of this backstroke, let's see what the time is for Gulbecker, 1:43.81. Grella, 1:47.43, and out in third, Donato with a time of 1.49.20. And as you said, the rest of the swimmers, you can pick them from a long way away. So
Madison Cooper's making inroads on this backstroke leg, and she's going to move herself into a challenge for third position. She comes in with a 5:03 PB, as I recall it. Yeah, 5:03.63. And so she's moved herself into third. But it's still Gulbecker who's letting them know that she's come to play. Cooper's moved into second spot now on the backstroke leg, so she's happy she's got the breaststroke behind her. And Grella's slipped back, if I can put it favourably to her, in third spot, and good luck to her. But out there in fourth is Brianna Donato.
So tough leg, the breaststroke leg. And Gulbecker, I like her style. She seems to be making up a little bit of, should I say, ground, even though it's in the pool on this particular 50 metres. So I think it's going to be Gulbecker who's going to hit the wall in the lead.
She's well in front.
So she's done well there, Gulbecker. Time of 3:06.14. Coming up, about to hit the wall is Cooper, and Donato's made some inroads, so 3:12 each.
Yeah, the breaststroker from Nunawading, Riddell Smith, she's the best breaststroker in this field, and she's doing what one would expect here. She's swimming through Donato, she's swimming through the rest of the field, and she's now going to come here. She's Brendan's sister. She's now going to come into the wall in second spot, but Gulbecker's doing what she needs to do to hold the breaststrokers off. She's plainly not as good at the breaststroke as she is at the other three strokes, but she's a damn fine breaststroker all the same. And at a 3:49, she's going to have a nice PB in this race, and she's made the trip well worthwhile, and it's only the heat.
So Gulbecker,
time final
from Yeronga Park.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course.
with the lead going to the freestyle leg. So going to be interesting to see if Smith and Donato can chase this one down. But she's got a substantial lead by at least 10 metres or so. So Donato about to hit the wall, should I say Quebeca, about to hit the wall for the final time.
And of course, the time final, there's no holding back. You don't keep anything in reserve.
It's going to be interesting to see with Smith and Donato here. Ooh, and Cooper's also caught up. So between lane 1 and lane 4, Donato, Smith, Cooper and Chapman, it's going to come right down to the wire. And even Van has made up some time in that one. So it's going to be all Quebeca coming down to the last 20 metres of this race. Beautiful stroke, beautiful freestyle. And she's going to come in for a time. We're going to find out right now.
Going to break 5 minutes. 4:56.
That's
4:56. That's strong. And it's going to be a race, but coming through
Cooper
is Cooper. She's really done well in the last 100. 5:05.42, and Donato went third. 5:07.13. Chapman just held out Smith there. 5:08.77, and Smith with time of 5:08.84, and yeah, it was a really great race.
And Stephen, is that a national age time for Maddie?
She got one at States.
Oh, yep.
She's now coached by Sam Ashby. He's transitioning her, it seems to me, from a middle
He's
distance
doing
swimmer.
a fantastic job.
Well, he's
down
he's a very, very talented coach. A former swimmer in Australia, a former coach at MLC Aquatic with Nick Veliades. He had a run with Ash Delaney at Ivanhoe, and he's doing a nice job down at.
I was down at Country
Geelong.
Championships a few weeks ago, and the finals were full of Geelong swimmers.
Oh, you can turn. I'm not saying it needed too much turning around down there, but he spent the year last year planning and getting things ready, and it's unsurprising they've gone off with a bang when
Absolutely.
he took over. Madison Cooper is seen as he wants to get some value out of her, as if I can put it that way, as a 400 IMer, and moving from a middle distance freestyler, and we'll see how she goes at Nationals. And off they go in the final heat, and it's this is the one where the chocolates are up for grabs. In lane 0, Harrington, 2 Zoe Deacon, lane 1 Zoe Deacon, lane 2 Tara Kinder, Helena Gasson from Coast Swimming Club in 3, Barbora Zavadova from the Czech Republic, resident in the Sunshine Coast in 4, Sophie Caldwell 5,
Wow.
Jacinta Essam 6, Michaela Smith 7, Victoria Bushell 8, and Lucy Webster in 9. But it's the swimmer from. I'm sorry. What's happening?
It's a little bit of confusion with the names.
I'm sorry, I've called
Cotty.
the wrong heat. The finals tonight.
Cotty.
It's Cotty all the way. I do
Cotty in lane 4.
apologise, viewers. Cotty swam a pretty good time there, 56.17. That's just not far off a PB. Karina Doyle in second, and Julia Hawkins third. Liv Lafoe at 57.67, and she'll be reasonably happy with that swim. Luchavel Stickland is coming in 5th.
I think we might have got confused because we weren't looking at the board, and they might have reseeded that last event.
Well, we're into the
so
one.
we missed
We're into
out,
the
so
1-3 anyway.
So apologies to our viewers there.
The final heat of the 400
So
IM is going to be swum tonight. That's
Heat
what's happening.
2 of 9 of the 100 metre LC metre freestyle. So in lane 0 we have Romy Walker, lane 1 Amber Downham, lane 2 Mia Slevin, lane 3 Isabella Ekelmans, lane 4 Erica Fairweather, lane 5 Elise Woods, lane 6 Becca St Vincent, lane 7 Corrie McMaster, lane 8 Isabella Boyd, and in lane 9 we have Molly Batchelor as they hit the ball for the first time, and it's Fairweather leading over Woods, and Alkerman's not far behind. They've all hit the wall with a time of 27 seconds, so they're coming through for the final leg of this freestyle 100 metres.
And Woods, who trains with Craig Jackson's squad here at MSAC.
And it's going to be Fairweather and Alkermans going toe for toe, but it looks like it's going to be Fairweather. He's going to hit the wall first. She does.
Woods, Alkermans.
Should I say Fairweather, 56.13. Woods coming second, 56.77. And Alkermans, 57.13. So just by going on the times, not their fastest, but certainly worthy times there.
Calling this from the top. Heat number 3.
3 of 9.
Maloney, lane 0. Layla Day, Lane 2, lane 1, Hannah Schmidt is a scratching, Kayla Costa, the butterfly 3, Gabby Harniger 4, Yolana Kukla 5, Chantel Underwood 6, Abby Hartston in 7, Emma Malcolm in 8, and Caitlin Huell in 9. And as they're coming into the wall, it's the swimmer in lane 5, Yolana Kukla, who's turning in 27.38, and it's Chantel Underwood 27.82. And lane 3, Kayla Costa, is third at 27.87, and that's where they're going at it one after the other now. But it's looking like the swimmer in lane 5, Yolana Kukla, is doing absolutely everything she needs to make this final and swim this final in the middle lane. And she's showing her experience, strength and domination from ages have gone by to stroll into the wall at 56.69. Underwood, the 8th swimmer, at 15 of second in 57.28, and Kayla Costa 57.59 coming in third.
And thanks for the love from Liam, the Messiah Messias, who plays for the Union Road Royals. Great defensive player. Thanks for the love, mates. I do appreciate it as I learned the craft of commentary and swimming. So heat number 4, we have from top to bottom, lane 0, we have Anise Johnston from Nuttawading. Lane 1, Catherine Brooks from Nuttawading. Lane 2, Jordan White. Lane 3, Imogen Thakrev. Lane 4, Georgina Pryor. Lane 5, Nazia Iko Sidikis. Lane 6, Alexandra Rapkins. Lane 7, Holly Neville. Lane 8, Andrea Chow. And lane number 9, Bianca Walton from Auburn Swimming Club. So as they hit the wall for the first time in this heat number 4, it's really close up front. It's Thackeray followed by Pryor and Iko Sidikis all hit the wall in 28. So as they come down for the second leg of this freestyle event, it is Thackeray currently leading narrowly by over White. Iko Sidikis has lost a little bit of ground. But in lane number 7, it's Neville coming over the top. So it's going to be close between Thackeray and Neville. And they hit the line. And it's Thackeray with a time of 58.67. Neville just behind 59.77. And Pryor coming in third with a time of 59.87. Really good times there by the girls here in heat number 4.
It may be quick enough to make a final by Thackeray. It was not a bad swim. She's a powerful stroker. Heat number 5. 5 of 9.
So welcome to Grant Sampson, former teammate at the Lorimer Footy Club. Thanks for tuning in.
Lane 0's Skylar Hay, Talia McAuliffe, lane 1. Farah Hassin, lane 2. Alana Morrow, 3. Clara Seidel, 4. Bethany Ray McLean, lane 5 from the Derventio Excel Swim Club. Jessica Emmett, 6 from Warragul. Grace Jones from the Hetatonga Sun Devils in lane 7. Chantel Campbell, 8 in Sienna Elphinston in lane 9. But it's lane 4, Clara Seidel, who looks like she's going to make the turn in second place. Grace Jones in first at 28.49. Seidel 28.97. And the third swimmer is unknown. But it's Seidel and Ray McLean, I think, in 5 who are going at it. Seidel, Alana Morrow's out in lane 3. Seidel's next to her. 1 for 1 they're going, and lane 9 out there. Elphinston actually has taken the chocolates at 1 minute 24. This scoreboard's gone mad. I can't follow who's second and third, but Seidel and Morrow were up there as well. We'll announce those results as they come up on the board for you to see.
So just waiting for the official times, but we're going to have to move to race number 6 of 9. So from top to bottom, in lane number 0, Alessandra Southern. Lane 1, Maddie Pitt. Lane number 2, Jacinta Assam. Lane 3, Nisha Kikakorn. Lane 4, Abby Parsons. Lane 5, Amelie Volcic. Lane 6, Dazelle Davey. Lane 7, Talia Rush. Lane 8, Nisha Ablett. And in lane 9, we have Lucy Reed as they hit the wall for the first time, 50 metres. Leading narrowly is Parsons with a time of 29.77. Coming second is Ablett, the famous Ablett name, 29.88. And in third, Vulic just behind. So it's Ablett putting on the pressure. And when it come down to the last 25 metres, and there's neck to neck in lane number 2 and lane number 3. But coming across is Ablett in lane 8. I think she's taken over the lane. And lane 9, Reed's putting on the pressure. It's Ablett and Reed who will hit the wall first. But it's Assam in lane number 1, Ablett and Reed, who I was watching closely there, just behind. So Assam with a time of 1 minute, and Ablett and Reed with a time of 1:01. So to be exact, Ablett and Reed 1:01.14 and 1:01.39. They were the closest to my commentary position, and well done to Jacinta Assam with a time of 1:24.
Moving through pretty quickly in this event. It's Maddie Hooker in heat number 7, lane 0 from Loreto. Dominic Quirk 1, Eliza Vervoort in 2, Somalia Harridan in 3, Kate Moffat 4, Amrita Subramaniam in 5 from MLC Aquatic, Bianca Matthews 6, Victoria Fozzard in 7, Elise Craig in lane 8 from Castle Hill, RSL Dolphins, and Ingrid Carvasan from Warrnambool in lane 9. As they hit the wall, it's Fozzard first, Vervoort second, and Dom Quirk third. She turning in 29.82, and on they march. And right out here in lane 7 is Fozzard, who's showing them how it's done at this stage, but she's going to be tested severely by Eliza Vervoort from Reighton, but it's going to be Fozzard who's going to take out this heat. And she's going to go 1:02 to 1:01, I'm thinking. No, it's 1:01. Fozzard 1:01.15. Eliza Vervoort 1:01.42. Dominique Quirk 3 1:02.07. 4 is Harridan. 5 is no show in my, because I can't see it on the board. Now we move now to heat number 8 of 9. In the first lane, it's Ella Robertson Brown, lane number 1.
So heat 8 of 9, as you just mentioned. Ella Robertson Brown in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Juliet Marzella. Lane 3, Claire Evans. Lane 4, Zoe Moran. Lane 5, we have Nicole Forestieri, should I say. Lane 6, Make Viril. And lane 7, Stephanie Hunter. Lane 8, Sienna Stone. The ages range between Viril, 22, and all the way down to young Robertson Brown, who is only 14 years of age. As they hit the wall, Evans out in front, followed by Robertson and Moran. So very close between those top 3 girls. So Evans with the lead, but it looks like Robertson putting on the pressure. Robertson Brown coming over the top, but it's going to be Evans still leading and out in lane number 8. But on lane number, that's Forestieri, but it's going to be Evans, I think, is going to take it out.
Hunter's pushing her close.
Evans
She's going to come in second.
Hits the wall, followed by Moran and Robertson Brown in third. So great times there.
Dead heat for the MLC swimmers at 1:02.24, coming in third, but it was the Oronga Park swimmer who took it all before them. The final heat in this is a modest representation of 3 out of an available 10 lanes. Annabelle Bamford from Loreto Aquatic, Jay Lim from Bayside, and Kira Tate from Surrey Park. They're all 13. They've all got the leave pass from their teacher and their mum or dad, or both, and off they go in the 100 free. Reaction time of 0.64 of Annabelle Bamford, and she might have her head in front at this stage of the race. With 15 metres to go, it looks like Loreto Aquatic in lane 3 in front. Then the Surrey Park swimmer Kira Tate in lane 5 with a nose just in front of the Bayside swimmer Jay Lim. Loreto 1, Surrey 2, Jay Lim in Bayside 3, and 30.44 is the split time, and that signals a 1:03 or 1:04 to me. And Bamford stroking nicely. She's breathing every third stroke now. At Surrey Park, Kira Tate, who's come over the top here. The 13-year-old Tate beats the 13-year-old Bayside swimmer. Oh, Annabelle Bamford third at 103.08 and Bayside 103.14. 6 100ths in it in third. And Kira Tate has swum just about her PB to take that out. Now here we are. Here's the big boys. The 100 freestyle, one of the blue ribband events, and we've got Olympic champions plethora. Olympic representation plethora in this race.
So they are on the starting blocks, and just shout outs from Wendy Kelly, who just said good luck to Kira. So off and racing. So from lane number 1 we have Jack Taylor. Lane 0, Jack Taylor. Lane number 1, Edward Speller. Olympic champion Mac Horton, lane 2. Jacob Whittle in lane 3. Cameron McAvoy in lane 4. Benno Nigri in lane 5. Lane 6 we have Luke Gebby. Lane 7 we have Win Hetet O. Lane 8 we have Sebastian Christian Kane, and in lane 9 Christian Robertson. As they hit the 4, it's O leading from McAvoy and Negri with a time of 24.76. So as they come flying down for the second leg of this 100, it's O leading, but it looks like Mac Horton is making up ground over in lane number 2. Horton's coming over the top. O's lost a fair bit of ground, but in lane number 6 it's going to be Gebby, who, should I say Whittle, who hits the wall first, followed by McAvoy. And in third,
Luke Gebby third, Whittle first, McAvoy second, 50.6. He's got a long way to go to improvement there, and he'll find it. Benno Negri fourth, Owinet fifth, down to the Melbourne Grammar swimmer from Melbourne Vic Centre at 16, who finished 9th. Ed Speller. Heat number 2 of 13, Harrison Hines in lane 0. Cameron Bladen 1, Andrew Rice 2, Jack Gerard, the doctor in waiting 3, William Yang, the sprinter in lane 4, Matthew Temple 5, Matthew Stanley 6, Jack Carr 7, Liam Laidlaw from Propulsion in lane 8, and Johan Stickland, his teammate, in lane 9. You'll find it's Yang out in front. And Yang it is at the turn. He turns at a cosy 23.9. Temple second, the butterflyer. And Andrew Rice third, with Jack Gerard, the doctor, coming up in fourth. And off they go. This is a pretty speedy heat, this one. It could actually be quicker than the earlier one, I'm thinking. But out in front, it's William Yang, the famed medalist at short course, coached out up in Sydney by the wonderful backstroker. But it's first William Yang, 50.25. Jack Gerard second, came over them 50.30. And Matthew Stanley third, with Temple fourth, Rice fifth, Carr sixth, Cameron Bladen seventh, Laidlaw 8, Hines 9, and Stickland in 10th position.
So great racing there. So we're ripping through these prelims. This is event 3 of 13. So the gentlemen, or should I say men, taking their mark, just waiting for the bell. Seems like the conditions have cooled down a little bit, but it's extremely humid here poolside. So
A wonderful cameraman had to excuse himself. And now he's back in business to get out of the way. And waiting for the call from the referee before the starter does what she does. The referee's watching them, waiting for everything to settle down. Raises her hand, and they're in the starter's hands.
So heat 3 of 3. The whistle goes, and they take their marks on the blocks. And racing from lane number 0, we have Kyle McAuliffe. Lane 1, Thomas Hay. Lane 2, Luca Zubrick. Lane 3, Tyrone Henry. Lane 4, Wilson Sim. Lane 5, Daniel Hunter. Lane 6, Theodorus Ben Hustis. Lane 7, Alex Kirchner. Lane 8, Brandon Smith. And lane 9, Marco Sestano, as they hit the wall for the first time. And beautifully turned there by Zubik, followed by Hunter and McAuliffe. So Zubik turns for home and he's in front. Good pressure by McAuliffe out in lane 8, but it's Zubik in lane 2 with the lead. He's leading by half a body length. Lane number 6 is Ben Husto, and Ben Husto's coming over the top, coming right down to the wire, and hitting the wall first is Zubik, who's just managed to hold on from Sim and Hunter with a time of 5:51.29, and that less than half a second separated the top 3 swimmers. Lucas Zubik first, second Wilson Sim, and third Daniel Hunter.
Wilson Sim might be reasonably happy with that. Following up from his hard 400, we move to heat number 4 of event 13. The breaststroker Williamson is in lane 0, Nicholas Wu lane 1, Nicholas Van Dyson, a 30-year-old coach from Furbank Aquastars who's multiply represented his country. Kieran Mullen 3, Vanya Kamanyas 4, Rylan Bryant from MLC Aquatic in 5, Freeman 6, Tyrone Crees 7, Robbie Dillison 8, bringing back the distance, and Jacob Desmond in lane 9 as they hit the wall. And it's Kieran Mullen in first, and Sam Williamson showing he's not all breaststroke second, and Vanya Kamanyas third, Tyrone Crees fourth, and that's the way it was at the turn. But it's Williamson who's now going nicely in front. He's got about a head's no, but it's Kamalias who's flying through. Rylan Bryan's there, Mullen's there, but it's Kamanyas first, Kieran second, Kieran Mullen second, Jacob Desmond, who's come out in third position from Starplex. And that's the 1, 2, 3.
And beautifully called there, Steve Maloney. It's really been enjoyable getting to know you today and calling this magnificent event with you. So we move on to heat 5 of the preliminaries. So the marshal blows his whistle, and we're about to get set for this race 5 of 13. On the mark, set, and they're racing. Beautiful strokes by all. Out in lane 0, we have Lev Makarushkin. Lane number 1, Billy Bowden. Famous cricket umpire. Lane number 2,
he
Ryan.
can swim better than the umpire. It's
Alex
Lobo 2, Dongquan 3, Petropolis 4, Thompson 5, Ryan Irwin 6, Jack Van Loon 7, Coates 8, and Darren Menchie's 9. Sorry to interrupt, Rob. Away you go.
And hitting the wall first is Makarushki. Coming second, Kwan, and in third, Lobo. So 25.12. Can Makarushki hold on? But it's Kwan, by the looks of things, making up ground. It's a 2-horse race at the moment. Makarushki and Kwan. But out in lane number 9, Mentes coming down, and it's going to be a close finish here as I've lost. But it's Makarushki in first, Kwan second, and in third, and I've lost
Thompson third, but the EC Wave swimmer out in lane 0 took it all before them in that heat. I'm not sure which way the times were, but I know the positions. Heat number 6 of 13. Into the starter's hands now.
Back online.
Big dive, reaction times between 6.3 and 7.0. Solid underwaters from them all, and off they go. Matthew Fergus Eady 0, Jesse Muccia 1, Jaden Carr 2, Coma 3, Freeman 4, Rogers 5, Sam Plummer 6, Yanning Zhang 7, Nicholas Chang 8, and Won Ho Kim 9 from Auburn, and that's the turn. Up they come. They've done their underwaters, and it's Jesse Mutia in first, and Fergus Eady in second, and Benjamin Connor in third. Off they go now, but it's lane 2 who's showing them how it's done. Jesse Mutia from Western Sprint Swimming Club at age 26. Age is no barrier here, but through comes Adrian Rogers, and bang, he goes 53.26. And that's a PB as well, so the trip down south was worth his while.
So we move on to heat number 7 of 13. And some varying ages here, but more of a younger age group, anywhere between 20 and 16, or should I say 15 years of age. So the marshal So they're on the blocks, ready to go. And off and racing. So from lane 0, top to bottom, we have Matthew Vandenberg. Lane 1, Alex Basil. Lane 2, Jackson Carr. Lane 3, Lachlan Sheehy. Lane 4, Karen Fernandez. Lane 5, Nicholas Goodbill. Lane 6, Thomas Perugina. Lane 7, Riley Mitchell. Lane 8, Kale Venz. And lane 9, Hamish Menz. So as they turn for the first time in this 100-metre freestyle, it's going to be in the front, Fernandez with the time of 26.08, followed by Goodbill, 26.12, and Carr, 26.15. Nothing separating him in the early part. So Fernandez with the lead, 20 metres to go. Interesting to see. Still holding the lead, but out in lane number 6, it is Perugina putting on the pressure. And from afar, it looks like it's going to be hitting the wall first. Just Carr over Perugina. So it's Carr with a time of 53.53. And Carr just behind him with a time of 53.78. And Sheehy with a time of 54.36. And the rest of the field not far behind, only 1 second separating it from 3rd down to 8th. Should I say 10th?
Heat number 8 of 13. Whistles blown, arms raised by the referee in the starter's hands. Clean start, no movement anywhere, no disputes on that one. Makayo de Tomasis, Adon Wu in 1, Kaprowski 2, Nicholas Layton 3, William Elgin 4, Nathan Foote 5, Ben Hewitt 6 from Haileybury Aquatic, James McBride 7, Gerhard Smith from Auburn Swim Club in 8, and Stephen Ashton in lane 9 as they hit the wall. And it's the swimmer Nathan Foote in lane 5 who's first, William Elgin second, and they tie for second, 26 even. And the 4th swimmer is Gerhard Smith. But out in front, and there's no worries about this one, is Nathan Foote from the Northcote Swimming Club. And he's going to absolutely smash this heat. He's going to come in at about 53. Well, he broke the 53, 52.10. Ben Hewitt 53.23 and William Elgin 54.28, and 52.1 might be enough to final, but he'll be in a final. And Tomo's biggest cheering squad just came out of the out of the marshalling room, and Tomo knows it's time to go.
So we are up to heat number 9. We're absolutely flying through these today, Steve.
Heat number 9, and Tomo, as announced, has come from Coast in lane 9, so we'll see how he goes.
So off and racing, Cameron Jordan in lane number 0. Lane 1, we have William Drew. Lane 2, we have Clayton Fowler. Lane 3, Anthony Lynn. Lane 4, Tom Perry. Lane 5, Ethan Crook. Lane 6, Mackenzie Parker. Lane 7, Calvin Reed. Lane 8, Nicholas Tranchik. And lane 9, we have Thomas Morris. So they're hammering it towards the 50. They're about to turn for home. And in the lead currently, we have Lynn on time of 26.14, followed by Parker, 26.38, and Crook, 26.43. Less than 1.5 seconds separates the field, but it's Lynn who looks like he's extended his lead. Out in lane 6 is Parker trying to chase him, but Fowler in lane number 2, nearly getting there. In lane 8, Transit bringing it home. It's still Lynn leading in lane number 3. Can Lynn hold on? And I think he's going to hold on just. But no, pipped him on the line is Fowler with a time of 54.57. Just touched the wall before Lynn. Lynn was leading the whole way. But it's Fowler who takes that one out, followed by Lynn and Crook just behind with a time of 54.93. And the rest of the field between 4th and 10th, only 2 seconds separated the field.
Heat number 10 of 13 heats. Lane 0, Ben Grimer. Lane 1's a scratching. Lane 2, Nick Roselt. Lane 3, Corey Snyders. Lane 4 is a scratching. Kyle Young in 5. Jonty Pote. Nick Wilson in 7. Riley Griffin in 8. And Matthew Burns in 9. And We've got 23-year-old down to 15-year-old in this heat, and they've got 5 metres to go before they hit the wall. And hit the wall they do. It's lane 3 out in front, Corey Snyders. Jonty Pote from Soddy Park in lane 2. And Ben Grimer from Ballarat Gold in lane 0. And but it's out in front now is the swimmer in lane 3, Corey Snyders. But the gold swimmer, Ben Grimer, is giving it to him. He's got about a hand in front, and it's going to be lane 0, Ballarat Gold, lane 2, Grimer. Snyders, Nicholas Roosevelt wins it, lane 2. Ben Grimer second. Kyle Young third. Well done to them all. It's heat number 11 coming up now. This is the second or third last heat. From the top, Gabe Watson in lane 0.
So from the top, Gabe Watson in lane number 0. Lane 1, Joshua Wright. Lane 2, Chris Dawson. Lane 3, Anthony Hobbs. Lane 4, Jets Paris Bedelis. Lane 5, Adam Selwood. Lane 6, Tom Frisbee. Lane 7, Finley Bunhee. Lane 8, Nicola Suhiru. And in lane 9, we have Caden Del Zotto. As the men come up to the wall for the first and last time, hitting the wall first is Dawson with a time of 26.29, followed by Bedelis, 26.35, and Selwood, the famous name Joel, 26.41. So it's Hobbs with the slight lead over Bedelis, and it's the rest of the field trying to chase him down, but it's all Hobbs in lane number 3, and he looks like he's going to hit the wall, and hits the wall he does.
Chris Dawson
Sorry,
first.
I was looking at the wrong swimmer. 54.34 Dawson takes it from Frisbee and Selwood, who came third. So really fast swimming times there, should I say. So just to confirm that, Dawson, Bahanji and Selwood top 3.
We move now to the penultimate heat of the Blue Riband event. In lane 0, Jason Llewellyn from Nunawading gets off with .70 reaction time. James Summerton 1, Yannick Highland 2, Ethan Bradley in 3, Valdemar Mulkey in 4, Tyler Theodore 5, Lachlan Elgin 6, Yannick Zvolsman, who's come down from the Deventio XL, the Southport Olympic Club. Darius Schultz, 28-year-old from Melbourne Torpedoes in 8, and Soren Zvolsman, the 14-year-old, has also come down from Southport Olympic, and the turn they've made, and underwaters were quite solid off that turn, and it's now lane 4, Valdemar Mulkey, who looks like he's got it there, but then Ethan Bradley as well has got a lot to say about this race, and Ethan Bradley manoeuvres into the wall at 55.49. Valdemar Mulkey second at 55.79, and Yannick has come in third at 56.78.
So the final event of the morning session here, Steve, and there's only 4 participants in this final heat, 13 of 13. And to the viewers out there, just keep an eye out between lanes 3 to 6. So often racing. In lane number 3, we have Flynn Phillips. Lane 4, we have Ben Francis. Lane 5, we have Tegan Farr. And in lane 6, we have James Donovan. So by the early looks of things, it is Farr who has the early lead out in lane 5, followed by Donovan in lane number 6. Francis in lane number 4, coming third, and in lane number 3 is Phillips. So hitting the wall, all hit the wall on the 27-second mark is Farr, followed by Phillips, then Francis. Out in lane 6 is Donovan coming 4th, but from the blink of an eye, it looks like Phillips has taken over this race from Farr. Phillips in lane number 3, but Farr kicks back. It's a 2-horse race coming into the last 15 metres. Farr and Phillips. Who is got the mental edge to take it out? Farr, Phillips, they hit the wall. And it is Farr with a time of 56.26. Pips Phillips with a time of 56.32. followed by Francis, who came third, and in lane number 6, it was Donovan with a time of 57.68. And gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure calling this morning. I've really enjoyed so far commentating my first morning of swimming and getting to know you, Steve and
Done
Tim.
a great job of it too, Rob.
It's
We've got event number 14. We've got the 200 backstroke, Tim. Yeah, 2:07.17 is the record time, and no one will go near that at the moment. It's held by Bindi Hockey 6 years ago, who is now having retired from the sport with a glorious career, who's now Her Majesty's Force. You allowed to say that anymore?
can't say too much these
No,
days.
you've got to say it's Victoria Police. It's not Her Majesty's Police Force any longer. Not in name anyway.
We live in a very politically correct world. So
Heat number 1 of 5. Well, and how good is Hayley Baker? Now,
from lane 0, so for this women's backstroke 200-metre event, it's from lane 0 we have Jessica Mav. Lane number 1 we have Ciara Welsh. Lane 2 Hayley Baker. Lane 3 Mia Holler. Lane 4 Emma Goodwin. Lane 5 Regina Yelloway. Lane number 6 Helena Gasson. Lane 7 Sophie Irving. Lane 8 Caitlin Green. And in lane 9 Isabella Simmons. And hitting the wall first is Walsh, followed by Holler. And in third position is Galloway. Beautiful stroke so far. And Walsh leading narrowly over Holler. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But it looks like Holler has taken a slight advantage by about probably 1/3 of a body length.
from Hayley Baker.
Hayley Baker in lane number 2.
Yep.
So
Hayley Baker's second, Mia Holler's first. Mia Holler's, this is her pet event, the 200 back. She's finished school. She's having a field day in February. When you finish school and you've got February off, everything's Christmas time. And it's Christmas time for Mia Holler as well, but it's out in the middle there as well. Is there not? The swimmer Emma Goodwin as well. Is that not right? She's out in front, the lane 4. Emma Goodwin's showing us all how it's done. Baker second, Glasson third, Galloway fourth, and Mia Holler fifth. But it's a ding-dong between the front 2 swimmers.
So with 20 minutes to go, just a 2-woman race, and here she comes, Holler, over the top. Can she come home? And they touch the wall. There's nothing in it, and it's Baker. You called it, over Goodwin with a time of 2.14.64. Goodwin second, 2.1503, and in third, Gasson, 2.1739.
Hayley Baker has smashed her entry time. I'm not sure what her PB is because she's an outstanding backstroker. Emma Godwin has just been bloused from Hiratonga Sun Devils. And good luck to them both.
So that's the first of 5 preliminary backstrokes. So coming up, for heat number 2. So often racing. In lane 0, we have Tamara Takiri. Lane number 1, Amelia Silaro. Lane 3, Zavadova. Lane 4, Caldwell. Lane 5, Lefo. Lane number 6, Cooper. Lane 7, into Boga. And in lane 8, Chung Noi. And in lane 9, Thompson. So the ladies, beautiful backstroke here currently. And after the first leg of this backstroke, first 15 metres, it's going to be Zavadova sounds like a tennis name, hitting the wall first, 31.94. Colwald in second, 32.48. And Lafaux, 32.95. So we're joined by lovely lady.
Joe Love.
Oh, well, there you go. So lovely to have you on the commentary poolside, Joanne. So Zavadova with the narrow lead, but it looks like Simmons is slowly countering that, and it will be. It's going to be Zavadova, followed by Colwell, then Lafaux. Simmons in fourth, and in fifth we have Silla Luro and Takiri in sixth. Hit the ball. So Lafaux, Colwell, and Zavadova in the top three as we come to the third leg of this four-leg backstroke race, 200 metres. So this is, as they say in football, the third quarter is the mental grind. And the mental grind starts now for these top three swimmers. So with 50 metres to go, Zavadova's just overtaken Colwell and Lafaux. So 1, 2, 3. Less than 1 second separates the top three. So Zavadova, Colwell, Lafaux, and Cooper will be trying to chase them down. But keep an eye on those top three from lanes 3 down to 5. So Zavadova looks like she's extended the lead with Lafaux coming second and Colwell. Zavadova with a half a body length, and it's going to be a dogfight between Colwell and Lafaux, but Zavadova will hit the wall in first with a time of 2 minutes 15.92. Just getting out in second was Lafaux, 2.1705, pipping out Colwell in 2.1735, less than 200 of the second in it. Coming fourth is Cooper. Coming fifth is Ewan Tenboga. Sixth, Simmons. Seventh, Silla Luro. And in eighth was in lane number 0, Takuri. And in lane 9, coming 9th or 10th is Thompson.
Joe, we'll get to some commentary, if we may, on what you saw of Zavadova's stroke, but what we did see unquestionably was a 4-second PB there. A Czech national who's training up on the Sunshine Coast with Chris Mooney, and she's somewhat of an IMer as well, but we saw a pretty impressive 200 back from her. There may be a slight hold up here. What did you think of her technique, Joe?
Oh, she looked very smooth, yes. A good rotation. Obviously, I think there's a little bit more improvement left in her there. She looked to finish off quite easily down the last 50. Didn't seem to be pushed at all, and very happy, smiling.
Yes.
Very happy with that time, and who wouldn't be with a 4-second PB? Oh, something's happened here. Next heat's not coming on. We're just waiting to start heat 3 of the women's 200 metres backstroke.
That heat was a pretty hard-fought, cracking heat between the first 3 swimmers. There's 2:15, 2:17, 2:17, and they've had to go pretty close to their PBs to get those times. So there's no slouching going on here, Joe, is there?
No, definitely not. That time from Zavadova would have placed her, up with the best in this competition.
Indeed. Well, we move now to the third heat of this event, the 200 metres women's backstroke, event number 14 on the card. We have a full field. Off they go. Reaction times between 0.60 and 0.71. And it's Brooke Asprey in lane 0 from Auburn. Tawana Ronald from Haileybury. Lane 2, Sarah Zhang, a good age backstroker in lane 2. Layla Day, 3. Ash Wheel, 4 from Northcote. Maggie Skews from Wangaratta, now swimming with MLC in lane 5. Mia Burns-Walsh in 6. Sarah Cooper from Furbank in 7. Charlize Buna from Northcote in 8. And Juliet Hudat Wabesalam from Melbourne H2O in lane 9. But it's lane 4 and Ash Wheel who's out in front, a position that she's well accustomed to at age level. And she's showing what she's capable of doing in open company. And having just done her VCE, she's freed up to do what her coach tells her to do, and it'll be nothing but hard work at this time of the year. And it's Ash Wheel in the turn at 106.02, which is quite a respectable time. Maggie Skews has rolled through with 107.78, and Layla Day 109 flat in third. And it's Ash Wheel doing it quite comfortably. I think she used to swim under your general tutelage, Joe, at Ivanhoe a few years ago.
That's correct,
She's
yes.
well out in front now, and she's probably been taught how to backstroke by you back in the day.
No, she actually came from another club before that as well.
I see. So she's had all sorts of coaches, and it's all going well for her.
Oh, yes, she's really taking it out quite strongly. She wants to be there in the final.
140.59. Maggie Skews 143.43. Immensely talented young girl, and very gutsy swimmer too in second, if I can put it that way. Layla Day turned at 146.77, and that's between those three for the major placings. But Ash Wheel is demonstrating a very, very comfortable heat race, which will be more than enough to put her in the final tonight. And through she rolls with something like a 2:15.5, 2:15.74. Maggie Skews in second with a 2:19.38, and Layla Day hits the wall with 2:22.28. Now Ash is just about PB'd, I'd say. Yes, she's PB'd there, which is a great effort.
And just slightly faster than Zavadova in the heat prior.
So we're up to heat number 4 of 5, and it's a really young women's group who are about to race this one, aged between 13 to 19, and these are so important as we try and qualify for the heats tonight. We're absolutely ripping through these qualies, and I'd like to welcome Joe Love, performance coach and board member of Swimming Australia, and it's lovely to have you.
Australian Swim Coaches Association.
Australian Swimming Coaches Association. I do apologise. Welcome to the broadcast, and welcome to the Facebook live feed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to have a woman of such knowledge sitting beside me. So, as the girls in heat number 4 line up, so often racing. So, from lane 0, we have Annabelle Bamford. Lane 1, Ella Richardson. Lane 2, Elise Lever. Lane 3, Abby Lynn. Lane 4, Mia Boot. Lane 5, Aria Lehman. Lane number 6, Dominique Maloney. Lane 7, Imogen Worthy. Lane 8, Jessica Morrissey. And in lane 9, we have Lexi Booth as the women approach the first leg of this 200 metres. Really good form of the backstroke, and hitting the wall first from the first 50 metres is Boot. The time of 34.12. Coming second is Lynn, just behind with a time of 35.13. Third is Lehman, 35.83. So Boot with the early lead. So coming into phase 2, so 1 of 4. This leg, it seems that Boot is excelling her lead here, followed by Lynn and the rest of the field. It's really close between lane 4 and lane 5. So Boot with a clear lead in lane number 4, touches the wall first, and her time so far is 1.1218, but it's actually Boot who took the lead, and Lynn number 2 1.14, and in 3 Lehman 1.14. So top 3 girls really close. So Boot with the lead, and Lynn will be following quite quickly in this third leg. Out in lane 8, it's I think you might be able to explain this one, Booth. So coming up is
Lexi Booth is in lane 9, but at the turn it's all Mia Boot in lane 4, followed by Abby Lynn in 3. Aria Lehman is coming in 3rd in lane 5, and Dominique Maloney in 4th in lane 6, and we'll see what's left in her tank as they're coming through now. But it's Boot all the way out in front at this stage. She's visiting our shores from, our borders anyway, from Coast Swimming Club. And she's, I'm not going to say coasting through, because it's a brutal event, the 200 back. but win this heat she will. Out in front, and she'll knock off about a 2. She'll do a 2:29, something like that. Lane number 3, Abby Lynn is coming in second, and it's been Lehman and Maloney, Bing Bing, 2:34 and 2:35. Aria Lehman third and Dominique Maloney in 4th place. 5th place goes to Ella Richardson, Morrissey 6th, 7th and 8th was Lexi Booth. We've got 3 swimmers in the next heat.
And to the viewers
Maddie
out there,
Hooker. Sorry,
sorry, just to the viewers out there, I did lose my voice there, so thanks for taking over the call there, Steve.
No problems, Rob. We've got 3 swimmers ready to rumble here for the last heat of this event. Maddie Hooker in from Loretto Aquatic in lane 3. Pia Stathis from Essendon District, quite a large club, Essendon District. And Ingrid Carvasan tootling up the highway from Warrnambool, and what a lovely bit of underwater it was. Congratulations to the coach coaching her down there, and they hosted Victorian Countries relatively recently, and it's a great place to visit, whether you're swimming or shopping, surfing, you name it. They've got it all. Beautiful cheese factory as well.
Just interested from a tactic point of view, when it's only a three-woman race, is there a lot more psychological things going on because they're in the lanes right beside each other? Obviously, they know that they're a lot closer, or a lot further behind than, say, lane 0 and lane 9. So, from a coach's perspective, is there a little bit of mental edges going on there because they are closer?
From a coach's perspective, they should really be swimming their own race.
Okay.
It is very easy to fall into the trap of going, there's only 3 in this, I want to win it, or,
Okay.
So, from a coach's perspective, we'd be saying to the athlete, you know what you've got to do. Make sure you stick on the splits that you want to hold for each 50 and swim your own race and not allow yourself to be dictated by those around you. But that goes with any race, whether you've got a full field of 10 or whether you've just got 3. And as I said, it's being able to control your own personal mind.
Okay.
And not letting just those small numbers say, hey, I'm going to win this because there's only 2 others in the race.
So as we turn for the third leg of this 4-leg 200-metre backstroke, it's Carverson leading over Stathis and Hooker in 3rd position. So Carverson extending her lead, but Stathis trying willfully to stay in touch, and Hooker narrowly behind Stathis in 3rd. So we come up to the final turn, and Carverson is carving them up currently. Time of 1:56.85. Stathis 2 seconds behind. The time of 1:58.82, and it's Hooker 2 seconds behind Stathis with a time of 2 minutes even. So Carverson coming up to the last 25 metres, halfway through the last lap, is holding her lead, and it's a race on between 2nd and 3rd Stathis and Hooker. But Carverson all the way to the finish line, finishing strongly, stroke for stroke, getting to the final hurdle, and she's going to touch the wall in 1st position in a time of 2:35.75, and the race between 2nd and 3rd, and Hooker has pipped Stathis just with a time of 2.4035, and what a race that was. All in control from start to finish. Ingrid Carverson and Hooker and Stathis really close for 2nd and 3rd.
This will be a close race. Sorry, Joe.
That's all right. Maintaining her underwaters the whole way through, which was really good as well.
Absolutely, from start to finish, indeed. This will be a close race tonight, that 200 back with the ladies, and it'll be between Emma Godwin, Zavadova, Sophie Caldwell, Olivia Lafoe, Ash Wheel, and I'm not sure I can predict who's going to win it because I'm just not sure how much more Zavadova has, but Ash Wheel PB'd as well. So that will be you'd have to tip the older, more hard along the train in Zavadova, but what a great race it'll be tonight. We're now moving into event number 15, which is the men's open 50-metre backstroke. And we have some champions in the middle of the field here, particularly William Yang, who's the Australian short course champion currently at the moment. Ash Delaney has the record at 24.81. That might be shaken tonight. I doubt it'll be shaken this morning, but Splash and Race, we'll see. They'll all go under 30 seconds and some will go under 27 at some stage, whether it's today, in the morning or tonight. And given that they're under load, it's hard to see. So we've got the order of events coming through still, and we've knocked off the first page there, and we're now on to the event number 15. So you'll see 50 metres backstroke for men, and then we move into the multi-class. You can see that before you. So there's still a fair bit of racing to go. We're just getting them set down the 50 metre start end. I'm looking forward to seeing William Yang. Bobby Hurley's his coach, and he's really lifted Yang from top 10 to top, and hardly surprising given how good backstroker Bobby Hurley was, a world champion himself.
3-hour building here.
Let's see how good the underwater is of Yang. Watch that.
So often racing from top to bottom. It's Ryan Alexander Lobo from lane 0, Jai McGregor from lane number 1, Nicholas Finlayson lane 2, Jordan Merrilees lane 3, William Yang lane 4, Trishan Holler lane 5, lane 6, Jai Cornwell, lane 7, Robert Friend, and lane 8, Finn Kenneth Campbell, and then lane 9, Tyson Caddy. And hitting the wall first is Yang, as predicted. In second place, we have
Nicholas Finlayson
and
Yang, Hollard, Cornwall, 1, 2, 3 in
1,
that
2,
race.
3.
We move to event number 2. Yang swam a bit over his PB. He'd be reasonably happy with that. That'll probably put him in. This will probably still put him into the final in the middle lane, depending on what Jack Gerard's got left. The Flying Doctor. From the top, lane 0, Bunaji, Christy McCrane, Kirshner, Gerard, Jeffcoat, Ashby, Carr, Zhang, Peregrina and Grimer. And as they come up in the middle, it's lane 5 and 6 at this stage you are at. In front of it's lane 6 who's doing the job. So Jack Carr is going bang, bang, bang. He's got about a head in front, and he's showing Bradley Ashby that he's here to play and here to stay. And it's Ashby. Oh, I missed it. Ashby first, Jeffcoat second, and Jack Carr third. That was a good swim from Ashby. 25.81.
We had the great Gatsby before, and then we've got the great Ashby.
That's a PB as well in the heat. So he wasn't taking any chances. I can't recall Yang's time, but he might have knocked it off.
So as we head to heat number 3 of 5. So top to bottom. So here we go. On their marks. Set. And racing. Top to bottom. Llewellyn, Hines, Sharp, Churches, Dell, Rice, Foot, Chong, Negri and Cokes. So they're halfway down. But in lane number 3, it looks like Churches with the early lead over Dell. Followed by Rice with 3, 4, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Coming down is Dell. And on the outside is Foot in lane number 6. And it's going to go down to the wire. Foot
5.64.
has got up, but no, it's Rice who's just pipped him, 26.62. Followed by Foot in second, 26.67. And Dell, 26.74.
Well, I think William Yang is the fastest qualifier
Is he?
tonight.
Okay.
As expected.
He wasn't puffing too much, Joe, when I saw him walk past about a minute ago either. Heat number 4 of 5.
It's great to see some of the younger swimmers competing against some of the older ones.
38. That's a Adam Kaprowski.
We were saying earlier, Joe, there's some 12-year-old girls experiencing the day, and what a wonderful chance to get away from school it is. Kaprowski in lane 0, Carl McAuliffe 1, Rogers 2, Hobbs 3, Lyons 4, Bradley 5, Harlan 6, Coe 7, Lambert 8 and Coates 9. And it's lane number 1 out in front. Kyle McAuliffe, the swimmer from Cheltenham, being challenged by Coe in 7. And it's Coe, McAuliffe. Coe it is, McAuliffe second. And Adrian Rogers from Central Aquatic Swimming, who's come in third.
So we reach heat 5 of 5 here in this 50-metre backstroke.
Thank you, Stephen.
And we'll see you next time.
Thanks for joining us today, Steve. So heat 5 of 5, only the 5 swimmers in this race. So watch out between lane number 2 and lane number 6. So the marshals got the swimmers ready. So 50-metre men's open backstroke. On your marks, set and racing. From lane 2 we have Anthony Gibbons, lane 3 Cameron McLeod, lane 4 Tegan Farr, lane 5 Toby Gillam, and in lane 6 Macao D Thomasis. So with the early lead out in lane number 3 is Cameron McLeod, but overtaking him is Toby Gillam. So McLeod and Gillam go right down to the wire, but I've been calling the wrong.
I think it's Farr out in lane
Tegan
4.
Farr, and Tegan Farr will hit the wall first in 29.16. McLeod in second, 29.47, and Gibbons in third. So those 3 gentlemen potentially could be, depending on the other results. So 29.16 to Tegan, 29.47 and 30.28. So as we move on to the next stage of the program, we move on to event number 16, the men's over 50 LC metre breaststroke multi-class. So they go to the line, and varying classes here. We've even got internationals in this race. So often racing in lane number 1, we have Diaz Lopez. Lane 2, James Loughlin. Lane 3, Jack Howe. Lane 4, Jake Michael. Lane 5, Lachlan Henrati. Lane 6, Yukato Tabthong. And in lane 7, Lachlan Dossa. But out in front in lane number 3 is Howe.
Lane 4. Lane 4. Jake Michael is taking it out.
And I've just got to get the lanes right. So Michael Henrati will come second in a time of 35.12. Third, Howell in lane number 3, 37.52. And the rest of the swimmers finishing up now. Tabthong, 45.59. And in lane number 2, 52.60 is Logan. And finishing up as they crowd cheer him on, Diaz Lopez out in lane number 1.
And for those out in the audience, the positioning depends on their distance from their world record. So first swimmer may not necessarily be
The winner. So Diaz Lopez, so in a varying different class, all the way from Mexico. So we'd like to welcome young Diego Lopez, and he comes through over time of 1 minute 21.98. So some really good times there. It'd be interesting to see by the end of these heats what does qualify him for the finals tonight. Oh, wow. So off and racing, and in the early lead, it looks like
Matthew Stark,
so.
Oscar Stubbs in lane 4,
So-
although
Yeah, Oscar Stubbs in lane 4, followed by Matthew Stark. who's trying to chase him down. But it looks like Stubbs, with 10 metres to go, he's going to hit the wall in first position. And Stark's second as we wait for the times. So Stubbs with a time of 33.43. Second, Matthew Stark, 35.75. Third is Ryan McGrath with a time of 45.15. Fourth, Ethan Ray, 47.15. Ahmed Kelly coming through in fifth in 55.28.
And Grant Patterson over in lane 7, long time.
Garcia Martinez in sixth with a time of 102.70, and Grant Patterson in lane 7 finishing seventh with a time of 103.15. You might be able to explain to the viewers about how the classification works and exactly how they determine it, or would we be here all day trying to explain
We'd
it?
probably be here all day.
Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I think that's, yep. No, S1's the most physical impairance, yeah. So they're usually the S1s and S2 are double amputees
Okay.
in wheelchairs, whereas our S8, S9 may be one limb below the elbow, or cerebral palsy is an 8, 7, 8 or 9, depending on how it affects them.
Okay.
And I tell this story a lot because it still lives with me from the 2000 Paralympics in Athens, and I was at the swimming and watching an S8 swimmer who had no arms at all, not just chopped off, and swimming backstroke. So two questions arose in my head. Firstly, you've got no arms, what makes you think I'll get in the pool and have a swim? And secondly, of course, when he gets to the end of the race, he just has to bump his head into the wall and someone has to grab him so that he doesn't sink. Just outstanding.
Unbelievable. So we're heat number 3 of 3. So out in lane 1 we have Masaya Koshi from Japan. In lane number 2, Julian Marriott. Lane number 3, Bradley Doolan. Lane 4, Dylan Logan. Lane 5, Liam England. And in lane 6, we have Aaron Skinner from the Geelong Sharks. And all the way from Thailand, welcome. In lane number 7, we have Charkorn K3. So as they hit the line out in lane number 4, it's the winner, Dylan Logan. Coming second is Liam England with a time of 37.42. And between third and fourth, very close, but it's Aaron Skinner with a time of 45.57. And Bradley Doolan, who just got pipped out there with a time of 46.79. And the last couple of swimmers coming through, just hitting the wall now. In lane number 7 is Kawai Sri from Thailand with a time of 104.35. And
a big range of age groups there, from our
Definitely.
youngest 16 through to the gentleman from Thailand, 46 years of age.
46.
Great to see them still swimming.
It's one of those sports, I suppose it's not ageist really. Anyone can jump in a pool and, have a go.
Oh.
So
It's quite tough.
it's tough, but yeah.
And coming up next, it's the women's turn in the 50-metre breaststroke for multi-class. In lane 4 is the great Sophie Pascoe from New Zealand. She's represented New Zealand at 3 Paralympics from 2008, a total of 9 gold medals, 6 silvers. She is New Zealand's most successful Paralympian, also represented New Zealand at Com Games, World Paras in London, winning 4 gold medals. She was here last year at our Open Championships, and where she won 2 gold and 2 silver, and expecting her to go well throughout this meet, and I'm hoping we might be able to have a chat with her on the microphone too at some point over the course of the weekend.
So it's really starting to warm up here in Melbourne. To everyone who's listening around the world, we've been going through bushfires, storms up in Sydney. It's been a really tough summer throughout the whole of Australia. Drought, climate change, it's all happening. But yeah, today we find ourselves at a beautiful event here at the MSAC, and a healthy 32 degrees, but it really feels more like Queensland weather. The humidity is
Right up there.
quite high, over 50 today. So swimmers from varying countries in this race: Canada, New Zealand, and the rest are local swimmers. So in lane number 0, we have Ellie Van Wyck Smart from Canada, only 17 years of age. Lane number 1, Isabella Lynch. Lane 2, India Bias Fitton. Lane 3, we have Ava Sayadi. Lane 4, Sophie Pascoe. Lane 5, Zoe McKenzie. Lane 6, Tiffany Thomas Kane. Lane 7, Phoebe Mitchell. Lane 8, Rachel Watson. And lane 9, Lillian Barris, as they hit the wall. And in lane number 4, it's
Pascoe.
Sophie Pascoe with
Not
a time
surprised.
of 36.08.
No surprise there.
Mackenzie, 39.86 in second. And Sayadi, 41.03, coming in fourth. 42.32 is Thomas Kane. And in lane number 8, yet to finish, we have Rachel Watson, age 28, from Chandler Swimming Club. So with the time ticking down, her seed time was 1 minute 13 today, and she's hit the wall just about now. Watson, and time hasn't come up, but
time hasn't recorded.
her time has not recorded, but well done to all the participants in that race. And well done in lane 4, Sophie Pascoe, for taking that one out, and all the way from New Zealand. So it's great to have international Paralympians come over and compete in this prestigious event here at the Vic Open Swim Champs.
And right on a PB, which is great for a morning swim. So expect her to go a little bit faster tonight.
Interestingly, what do swimmers, what's the tactic of swimmers, from the morning session, if they do qualify for the finals? What's the approach, if you're a swimmer? Do you just sort of chill out? Is it a bit of a mental battle? Is it what
It
you
varies. It varies from swimmer to swimmer. It varies from coach to coach.
Certainly does.
Okay.
Probably after the heat session, most will go home and enjoy a bit of time, downtime, relax, refuel,
eat? Okay.
prepare for tonight. Yes, as Tim said, every athlete's different. How they prepare, what they go through. Most of them have a routine, and by sticking to that routine, makes sure that their psychological approach is pretty solid, and they know what to expect going forward. It's a little bit hard to get up sometimes in the morning. Our body clocks are tuned to performing best around 4 to
Yep.
5 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's just natural that hopefully we will swim faster at night.
Yep.
And that's going to be a challenge in Tokyo. I understand heats are at night and finals in the morning.
To help the
The
Americas.
broadcasters.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with broadcasters.
If Channel 7's listening, we've got a couple of broadcasters here. We'd love to jump on the back of the bus.
So there's just a couple of questions on the Facebook chat. Thanks to Sam and Annie, wanting to know who's made the finals. We are working on that in terms of being able to put them up on the screen, but we'll certainly get some hard copies of those, and we'll be letting you know those in the very near future. So apologies for that. Very good question, and we'll get that fixed as soon as we can for you.
And Rachel Watson's time just came through, 1:11.42.
So
I
her
think it was.
PB was
1:13.
so.
So a good PB for Rachel.
Congratulations, Rachel. Good to see you beating your own personal best there. So it's not always necessarily about touching the ball first. It's always trying to beat your own PB as well, I guess. So I suppose coaches, that would be a big indicator for coaches, trying to do your best, so to speak.
Yes, yeah. It should be your own personal best, trying to improve your
Yep.
own personal best.
So we've been delayed a little bit here, but the whistle's gone, and we're coming up to the next event, heat number 2 of the event 17, women's 50 metre breaststroke multi-class. So Often Racing. In lane 0, we have Yamada, lane 1, Miller, lane 2, Herzog, lane 3, Nolan, lane 4, Van Rishwick, I hope I pronounced that right, lane 5, Girard, lane 6, Leighton, lane 7, Calverley, and in lane 8, Shivova. So leading in lane number 4 is Nolan, sorry, should I say Van Rishwich. She'll be touching the ball first. Beautiful breaststroke there. And she's touched the ball first, and it's on for, and it's touched there just by Nolan. And Girard in 3rd. Over the line in 4th. In lane 6 is Leighton. And in lane number 2, Herzog in 5th. Lane number 7, Calverley with a time of 49.80 in 7th. And the last swimmer in lane number 1 will be touching the wall, Miller, with a time of 105.20. So it was Van Rishwick taking that one out with a time of 37.23.
And a couple of our lower class just finishing, coming into the wall now. S2s in lane 0 and S2 in lane 8.
So just waiting for them to come over. Got to say that I'm very impressed by these Paralympians who come out here and compete. It's fantastic to see. So Mayuki Yamada with a time of 143.36 in 8th position. Should I say 7th position? And finishing it off from all the way from Russia, Lulia Shivova, 22-year-old from Russia. And she's hit the wall at a time of 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And a really standing applause from the crowd there. So congratulations to these women for competing. But as I mentioned before, it was Van Rishwick who has taken out that one. It's a very tongue-twisting name. Some of these names are quite hard to pronounce, but this is why we're here, to try and learn them and try and do our best.
You're doing a very good job. I'm pleased you're doing it.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. So that rounds out Heat 2 of the women's over 50-metre class breaststroke multi-class. And we're moving up to Heat number 3. You just jumped up there, Tim. Did you have a look into the grandstand?
Yep. They're all...
How's the crowd looking up there?
They're all appreciating the efforts of all of these swimmers and staying hydrated on this very steamy, muggy day here in Melbourne.
I'm looking at the... I just love how there's so many different athletes from so many varying parts of the world. We've got the Solomon Islands coming up. We've got New Zealand representing, and also Japan, and then varying swimmers from around the country.
Some Indian swimmers earlier on this morning, which is great.
And it's, as we can see on the side where they're going to finish, you'll notice all the flags of all the varying countries who are here today. So we would like to welcome all the swimmers and anyone internationally who's come down to Melbourne and checking out our great city. It's a beautiful city, Melbourne. I'm lucky enough to be born and raised here in Victoria. So if you haven't been here and you're ever wondering what Melbourne is like, I guarantee you, if you love sport of any kind, we are known as the sports capital of the world. Make sure you come and visit our great state of Victoria, Melbourne.
Set to go here. Heat 3, 50-metre breast.
So Often Racing. So we've got Halliday in lane number 2, Howarth in lane 3, Stevens in lane 4, Jessamine in lane 5, Reader in lane 6, and Arneson in lane number 7, and Kato in lane 8. So early on it is in lane 4, Stevens, who is out by a couple of body lengths. Beautiful breaststroke there, bring it home with 10 metres to go, and she will hit the wall first, does Stevens, 36.99. It's a race on for second, but Jessamine has come through in second with a time of 40.07. Third, Howarth, 43.92. Just pipped Redar with 45.55. In fifth, Halliday, 48.74. In lane number 7, coming sixth is Arneson, 51.72. And Kato, all the way from Japan, is coming down in lane number 8.
And that gentleman with the pole
And in
in
lane,
lane 6 there, Joanne, what was he doing with that swimmer? Is she a visually impaired swimmer?
Yes, and they're just tapping her head to let her know that
Okay.
she's got a
She's close
short
to the-
distance to
yeah,
go before she hits the wall.
and in lane 0, we have Lydia, who came through with a time of 1 minute 10.30. And
Kato.
Kato is coming through in lane 8. Only a youngster, 20 years old, from Japan. Her C time is 1:40.90. So when she touches the wall, be interesting to see if she can beat her PB. She comes now for the last 3 metres of this 50-metre race. She touches the wall and she's come through with a time of 1 minute 55 seconds 27. So congratulations to all the swimmers in race number 3, heat 3 of 3 in the preliminary round.
We're now into one of the longer events, the 800 metres freestyle for women. Only 3 representatives standing up behind the blocks for the first heat.
Missing Tess Moran in lane 5.
Welcome to Annie Garcia and Ange Perez. She's speaking Spanish all the way from Mexico. So a couple of international viewers here. Welcome to the broadcast today. And I just want to say all the officials here who are that's from the timekeepers through to all the support staff who are here doing a fantastic job. They don't get paid to be here, and without them, really, the event probably wouldn't be able to exist. Is that?
That's dead right, yeah. We rely on these guys donating their time, and fantastic to see such a great turnout of officials and representatives from clubs in Melbourne.
And I thought it was a really nice touch that they actually got a bit of recognition at the start of the race meet today. The crowd gave them a cheer, and they read out their names as they came out. And it's fantastic to see everyone from, not that it should be in any ranking order, but so-called from top to bottom, getting recognition that they do deserve to hold such a significant event for these both abled and disabled athletes. It's fantastic to see.
And there's a big crew behind the scenes as well in our AOE room who collate all the results and work out all the rankings of our multi-class athletes. So it's not an easy job and takes a bit of time.
And on the live Facebook feed to Karen Michael for the finals lineup. Once we get through these events for the first stage of the broadcast, we'll have all those available. We're just printing them off at the moment, so I will have those sheets in front of me fairly shortly, but as soon as I do, I will keep you updated with all that information. So thanks for tuning in, Karen. We do appreciate it. So often racing here, event number 18, the women's freestyle. So there's only 4 competitors in this race. And
only 3 swimming this heat though.
Three swimming this heat, should I say. So Caitlin Green, Mia Foster and Arwen Rogers, and did not participate is Tess Moran, who was meant to race in race 5. So often racing here, hitting the wall after the first 50-metre leg.
And just for explanation for all our people watching live, the fastest heat is swum tonight with the final session, and these 2 heats that are conducted in the morning are swum a little bit different to our other heats where the fastest were seeded first.
Okay.
In this one, it's the slowest to the fastest.
Slowest to the fastest. So it's everyone listening out there, so that's their expert commentary. So certainly need to listen to these because there's varying classes, varying levels of swimmers. So very important as we come into the second leg of this 800-metre freestyle. So hitting the wall first is Green with a time of 107.91. Just pipping Forcer out in second position, 107.92, and Rogers in third with a time of 109.12. So 3 women racing, but it's a two-woman race at the moment, with Green and Foster putting pressure on at the moment. And from a mentality point of view, if you're out in front, you've got to really pace yourself. You don't want to go too hard too early. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. And you really need to be able to know your own pace. It's very easy to be pulled along by swimmers that are faster than you,
Yep.
or be slowed down by people that aren't quick enough. So it's practicing and training. It's practicing splits continually. You know, for example, these athletes may want to do each 50 in 33 or 34 seconds.
Okay.
It's learning to pace that in the training pool and then being able to replicate it in competition.
So Green with the narrow margin over Foster, but there's really not much between these two women out front. So we're coming to the, would you say, 25% margin of the race. So 4 laps up and back completed. So it's still Green with a narrow lead. It's only 1100th of a second. 2 minutes 21.04 is Green. 2 minutes 21.15 is Foster, and Rogers just behind by a couple of seconds.
And she's definitely not out of the race. A lot of swimmers use the tactic of building into this race.
Okay.
So her back end may be a little bit faster than the others that are beside her. So I wouldn't write her off just yet.
Yes, still a long way to go on this one.
So a number of people have been asking about finalists for tonight, and I'm pleased to say that I do have them
Got the list. Yep.
in front of me here. If you've got a particular, well, I'll go through them all anyway, but if you do have a particular event you're interested in, let us know on the chat. So event 2, the multi-class 400 free, the finalists are Brendan Hall, Robert Griswold, Josh Alford, Alexander Tuckfield, Matthew Levy, Evan Austin, Ben Popham, Braden Jason, Jesse Reynolds and Harrison Vig. And event 3, the women's 400 metre multi-class freestyle, the finalists are Anastasia Pagonis, Monique Murphy, Lakeisha Patterson, Mahalia Letterberger, Katia Dedekind, Ellie Cole, Michaela Neitzel, Jade Lucy, Poppy Wilson and Ella Jones. Event 4, the men's open 400 metre free. Finalists are Jack McLaughlin, Mac Horton, Brendan Smith, Zach Reed, Wilson Sim, Elliot Rogerson, Cameron McAvoy, Thomas Lease, Silas Harrison, Jordan and Mary Lees. That'll be a big one to watch tonight.
So out in front, Foster has hit the wall in first position with a time of 4 minutes 10. They're halfway through the race approximately now. Green in second and Rogers in third, but there's only 3 seconds separating these swimmers. And as you said before, Rogers might be building her way into the race, and she's certainly not out of it, is she?
No, with 400 metres to swim, there's still anything's possible, but she just has dropped off a little bit, and
Okay.
Mia Foster is just moving forward a little bit, and you might see her come off the wall and put a little bit more effort into this 100 metres to try and put a gap between her and the girl from New Zealand, Green.
And going through our finalists again, event 5, the women's open 50 metre butterfly. Helena Gasson, Kayla Costa, Elaine Kukla, Georgina Pryor, Becca St. Vincent, Emma Malcolm, Isabella Simons, Maggie Skews from Wangaratta from MLC, Jacqueline Davison McGovern and Yunhee Kim.
So Foster's open up the lead here. This is a very important part of this race. 5 minutes 24 flat. Green in second, 5 minutes 25.80. And Rogers lost a slight little bit of ground there, 5.2836. So there's 3.5 seconds separating these 3 swimmers from first to third at the moment. And I'll pass it back over to Tim.
Continuing through with our finalists for tonight, and of course these are on the Swimming Victoria website and the live results page. Just search live results, I think, or go to the actual competition page, and there's on the competition information page there's a section for results, live results. The men's open 200 metre butterfly, event 6 tonight. We'll see Bowen Goff, Matthew Temple, Wilrich Coetzee, David Morgan, Theodoros Benahutsis, Lachlan O'Connor, David Schlick, Hamish McDougall, Jack Carr and Matthew Vandenberg. Event 7, the men's 100-metre butterfly multi-class. Timothy Hodge, Cole Pearce, Braden Jason, Jack Ireland, William Martin, Liam Schluter, Gitaro Aguiwara, Ricky Bettar, Nathan Jason, and Jesse Angles.
So Foster's open up the lead here by 3 and a bit seconds. 6 minutes 36.82 she leads. Followed by Green in lane number 4 and followed by Rogers, who's about 4 seconds behind now. So Foster certainly putting her stamp on this race, but I still wouldn't say it's over yet because there's still at least 250 metres to go as we, should I say 300 metres to go as we come up.
200 coming up into this turn, 200 metres.
200 metres. On these long races, it can
Yeah.
sometimes you can lose a little bit of track. So Foster turns with 200 to go in a time of 7 minutes 13 seconds and 23. Coming second is Green, 7 minutes 16.67, and third Rogers 7.20.44. So with about 150 odd metres to go or 170 metres to go, do you think Foster's going to hold on here?
I would say so, yes. Yeah, she's taken it out. She's looking quite strong. She's got her rating going. It's quite consolidated now.
Do you find if you're the chasing swimmers, do you sometimes go out of your zone because you're mentally trying to catch the person in front, so your strokes might not be as good. You might
Correct,
not be
yeah.
breaking the water as well as you probably should be if your strokes are perfect, so to speak.
Yes, that can happen. You find a lot of swimmers when they try and go faster, their stroke length shortens quite considerably.
Okay.
And they're actually making it harder for themselves than easier.
Sort of fighting
So,
their own.
Yeah, so maintaining your own
strengths.
stroke
Yep.
length, rate is really important, knowing what you can handle. A lot of the swimmers, being distance, they let the legs drop off and bring them in the last 100. So you'll see the kick in the last 50 in particular get a lot stronger. Being the largest muscle in the body, if we keep the kick going full on, the whole 800 tires us out quite considerably.
So Foster's extended her lead to over 5 seconds now and extended her lead over Rogers by 9 seconds. So Foster would have to drop off significantly in this last 75 metres of this 800-metre race. But I'm sure the other two girls will be trying their heart out. But it's all Foster at the moment. So as she approaches the wall for the final 50 metres, she'll turn. And
you probably saw Green lift her head up, checking how many laps to go.
okay.
Just like we lose the count, they lose the count
They
as
lose
well.
count as well, yeah, because it's such a mental grind as well as they've got to keep their strokes up at the same time. So it's all Foster as she approaches the last 25 metres of this race. She's swimming strongly, and I would say we'll have to wait and see once she hits the wall. But
And interesting, her right hand grabs the water a slightly different route to the left hand there, Joanne. I didn't get a chance to comment on that, but we'll come back to that.
Foster with a time of 9.3658. Green 5 seconds behind, 9 minutes 41.93 in second position. And Rogers in third position with a time of 9 minutes 46.30. So how would you rate that race? And was it a solid performance from the three girls there?
Well, I think it was. The first two girls just had small PBs, which I think is absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure they'll go away happy with that. Yes, there are difference in techniques. We'd all like to swim perfect technique, Tim, but sometimes we have to allow for the abnormalities within our own body.
Okay. So heat number 2 of 3, they're off and racing, and in lane number 0 we have Brianna Burgess, only 14 years of age. In lane number 1, Ella McDonough, age 17. In lane number 2, Georgia Watkins, only 18 years of age. Molly Batchelor,
Not swimming.
not swimming today. Bianca Walton, 15 years of age.
So we've had a bit of a reseed on the
Yep.
on the
Sorry
board.
about this, guys.
Yeah, we'll go off the board
We'll go
rather
off
than the printed program.
So we'll start again. So Brianna Burgess in lane number 0. Ella McDonough, lane 1. Lane 2, Georgia Watkins. Lane 4, Bianca Walton. Lane 6, we have Dominique Hart. In lane 8, Brianna Donato. So touching the wall after the first 100 is Walton with a time of 103.21. In second, Donato, 105.06, and in third position, Hart 105.39, with Johnston not far behind. I do apologise to the viewers. Some of these swimmers aren't swimming today, so it makes it a little bit difficult to keep an eye out on who's actually racing.
And let's come back to the finalists for tonight. Event 9, the Women's Open 100-metre breaststroke, and what a race this will be. Jess Hansen, Leaston Pickett, Chelsea Hodges, Zoe Deacon, Tara Kinder, Matilda Smith, Cassandra Van Brugel, Michaela Smith, Jasmine Tran, and at the end of the heats today we will have a swim-off between Rydell Smith and Nisha Kijikornen to determine the final place, or the final finalist, if you like, in that event. So we will have a swim-off at the end of the heats session. The finalists for event 11, the Women's Open 400-metre IM. That was a timed final, wasn't it?
So hitting the ball is Walton with a time of 2:10.91. Not far behind is Donato, 2:12.04. Watkins with a time of 2:14.59. And then from 4th to 6th, Hart, Johnston and McDonough not far behind. So in control is Walton at the moment.
And the women's 100-metre free finalists, Erica Fairweather, Cotty Nagawati, Karina Doyle, Yolande Kukla, Elise Woods, Isabel Eckermans, Chantel Underwood, Julia Hawkins, Kayla Costa and Becca St Vincent.
So Walton with the lead after another 50 metres. She's actually extended her lead out by about a second. 2 minutes 45 thus far. Donato not far behind on 2 minutes 46.
Just eyeing each other off across the pool.
And that's what I find fascinating about swimming. You know, it is the mental battle as well. It's not just the your talent or how much training you've done. You've got to I suppose bring it on the day. You know,
That's right.
In these qualies, I'm sure there's a little bit of banter outside of the pool.
I don't think as much as football.
Probably not. No.
The younger kids seem to participate in it a bit, but not the older ones.
Probably a little bit more tame, the swimmers, but I'm sure, behind the change rooms, I'm sure they, have a little bit, try and psych each other out, maybe a little bit. It's always, any sport is competitive, so it's only human nature to only want to win.
That's correct.
Especially if you're an athlete.
Georgia Watkins from Surrey Park over there in lane 2. Finished VCE with my daughter last year.
Okay.
So she's still been training throughout the holidays, obviously. She just missed out on a medal at Age Champs in December, so she'll be keen to see whether she can grab one here this weekend. But let's continue with the finalists. The Men's Open 100-metre free. The blue ribbon event of swimming. William Yang, Jack Gerard, Jacob Whittle, Cameron McAvoy, Luke Gebby, Matthew Stanley, Benno Negri, Matthew Temple, Luca Zubchik and Wilson Sim. And won't that be a fantastic race to watch tonight?
So as they come approximately to the halfway race of this race, it's Walton with a narrow lead, 4 minutes 28.88, and Donato has slightly come back. She's only a second 0.02 down now, so it's a race of two at the moment between Walton and Donato. So it's going to be interesting to see in the next half of this race that psychological battle as you were talking about before.
That's correct, and we're just over halfway now through the 400-metre mark, so this is where the athletes will push on a little bit. Bianca Walton just looks like she's just struggling a little bit. Not as smooth as she was through the first 400, so it'll be interesting to see if she can hold on.
What in this particular type of race, 800, what I know it might vary for different swimmers, but what is said to be the best leg? Where do you want to start becoming strong? In the sort of 400 to 600 bracket, or is it the 700 to 800 bracket to bring it home?
Yeah, as you said at the beginning, every athlete chooses something a little bit different depending on their strengths. But probably around the 600-metre mark is where 400 metres they lift it up, 600 metres they lift it up again,
bring it
and
home.
Of course the last 100. And some athletes will come off the wall at the start of that 100, while others will wait till the 50-metre mark, as long as they're in touch, and it depends on where they place in that race as well.
So interestingly, Walton has extended the lead by another half a second. Donato still in second position, and the rest of the field battling it out for third. So Walton out in front. She's gained the lead, the ascendancy from the early part of this race. And Donato is trying to chase her down, and she's probably 2.5 body lengths behind at this current moment. So
Yeah, she's just dropping off a little bit.
Walton turns 6 minutes 14.25. Donato a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds behind now, as you just said. 6 minutes 16.95, and in third, McDonough 16.1984.
And our finalists for the women's 200 metre backstroke: Hayley Baker, Emma Godwin, Ashley Weil, Barbara Zavadova, Olivia Lafoe, Helena Gasson, Sophie Caldwell, Maggie Skews, Mia Hola, and Gina Galloway. And the men's 50 metre backstroke, we'll see William Yang, Bradley Ashby, Andrew Jeffcoat, Tristan Hollard, Jai Cornwall, Andrew Rice, Nathan Foote, Zach Dell, Jack Carr, and Jack Gerard.
So back to the race. So things are been a one swim race at the moment. So it's still Walton out with a handy lead. So about to hit the wall with 150 metres to go in this race. So Walton 7 minutes 24.67. Donato still in second position, 7 minutes 29.36. But McDonough has come closer. She's come real close to Donato and equal on 7 minutes 29. So it's a real battle for second and third. So we do have a race on for the minor placings here.
Which is great to see. Great to see Ella push up through that 600 metre mark,
Yep.
as we spoke about earlier on, and she's got her team members on the other side of the pool cheering her on, which helps as well.
So
I think she's just taken over from Donato in lane 8.
So we can hear the whistle signal the last 100 metres. And Walton heads for home, 8 minute mark. And between McDonough, she's actually hit the wall in second position, just a couple of hundredths of the second in front of Donato.
I
So
think-
real race on for second and third.
I think Donato's just lifted her rating though. You just watch her. She looks very strong, and I'll just complete the finalists as we have them at the moment. The male 50 metre multi-class breaststroke will see Jake Michelle, Ahmed Kelly, Oscar Stubbs, Lachlan Hanratty, Sharkorn Kawishri, Dylan Logan, Matthew Stark, Yongyut Tabthong, Grant Patterson, and Liam England. And in the same event for the women, the 50 metre breaststroke, Tiffany Thomas Kane, Sophie Pascoe, Nikita Howarth, Sophia Herzog, Kira Stevens, Ashley Van Rijswijk, Jade Calverley, Zoe McKenzie, Ruby Halliday, and Tegan Redder.
And hitting the wall in first position, a ring-a-ding-ding. Bianca Walton in first place with a timer, 9 minutes, 8 seconds, 58. In second, Johnston, 9 minutes, 12.97. Third, McDonough, 9.14.30. And Donato really dropped off in that last leg, coming fourth. Time at 9 minutes, 15. And the rest of the field are coming in now. In fifth position, Georgia Watkins, the time of 9 minutes 22. Sixth position, Dominique Hart, 9 minutes 25. And to round them off, and that is it. So
Yes, they reseeded that one, so there was only 2 heats of that. So we're now into event 19, 100 metre freestyle multi-class event.
so congratulations.
Some nice PBs in that,
Yeah.
that race.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see. I'm glad I'm sitting on the sidelines and not in the pool. It's amazing how obviously they train for it, but it's just that mental edge to train day in, day out, 5, 6, 7 days a week. I don't know, what's an average swimmer, like say for an event like this, how many hours in the pool are they doing every day?
Depended on the age, but between probably 18 to 26.
A
depending
week?
on- A week.
Right,
In the
so
pool and a couple more hours maybe in the gym.
Dryland, yep.
any specific training in the gym? Is it mainly core work, or is it a bit of whole body work?
Core work's always essential for good body position in the water, so most programs do incorporate that. Sprinters tend to do a lot more strength work, whereas
Okay.
not so much for the distance swimmers.
So we're coming up to heat 3 of 3.
No, we're not.
That heat's being swum tonight in the final session.
So we're in event 19.
We're just waiting for the board to click over as well.
Yep.
It was interesting to see Johnston in the last heat use her legs in that last 100 metres, brought in her legs and saved it till the 700 mark to make her move.
So in the next race coming up, some swimmers from all around the world, Singapore, Japan. So great to have these athletes, these international athletes competing at our home event.
And just while we're waiting for the board to update, we wouldn't be able to put on an event like this without our partners, supporters, Evo Sportswear, Funky Trunks and Funkita. And if you notice in some of the vision, the big banners behind the swimmers, kindly made up for us by our good friends at Mountain Shade.
So we've got 10 swimmers in this race. Off and racing. So from lane 0 to lane 9, top to bottom, we have Wee Sung To from Singapore. In lane number 1, Bailey Stewart from Uni Queensland. Lane number 2, Ben Popham from Australia. Lane number 3, Jacob Templeton from USC Spartans. Lane 4, Rowan Crowthers from Yeronga Park. Lane 5, we have Braden Jason from USC Spartans. Lane 6, Timothy Diskin from PLC Aquatic. In lane 7, Aidan Ural from Lismore Workers Swim Club. Lane 8, Sean Russo from Australia. And in lane 9, all the way from Japan, Koto Kubota from Japan.
And remember, it's not about touching the wall first, it's about the point score.
And in first position, we have Crowthers with a time of 52.40, Jason 55.02, and Templeton 55.52. In fourth, Dixon 57.45, and Templeton in fifth position. So that wraps up that 100-metre swim.
Tim Diskin in lane 6 in that last race. Australian Paralympian nicknamed Disco.
I like that.
Yeah.
A lot of our viewers may remember him from the Commonwealth Games up on the Gold Coast, winning
2018,
winning some medals up there for Australia.
And, you know, as you mentioned, the Commonwealth Games, they're not far away, so events like these are so important for their preparation.
Let's get through the Olympics first.
Let's get through the Olympics first.
Next heat, lane 0, Lewis Bishop. Lane 1, Matthew Stark. Lane 2, Jared Dyer. Lane 3, William Martin. Lane 4, Ricky Bitar. Lane 5, Jack Ireland. 6, Nathan Jason. Next to him in 7, Jake Michelle. 8, Jerry McClure. And 9, Samuel Gould.
And Jeremy McClure in lane 8, been an Australian Paralympic representative for a couple of Olympics. Good to see him back in it. He's had a bit of a break. He's a visually impaired athlete, so we'll see the pole come out as he nears each end of the pool.
And just remember, viewers, it's not first to touch for the finish. So Beta is leading this one. Ireland in second position, Martin in third. In fourth, Michael, and the rest of the field are chasing the pack. But Beta and Martin are going head to head, so first and second at the moment. And Martin's leading this one. But Beta coming on the outside, making a race of it. 10 metres to go. Martin and Beta, but it's going to be Martin who hits the wall first. Should I say Beta who hits the wall first. The time of 54.58. Ireland coming second, 55.10. And Martin in third, 57.03. So, as we've mentioned, it's not about who hits the wall first. And you might be able to explain to the viewers how that works.
So it's scored against so they've all classified into different classifications from S1 through to S14. And each one of those S classifications has a world record assigned to it.
Okay.
And it's their time compared to the distance to the world record on a points basis.
All right, okay.
So if you're 5 seconds off that world record time, you're going to earn a lot more points than if you're 10 seconds away from your world record time. 10 seconds away.
So heading into heat number 3 of 5 here for the men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class. So the whistle is blown and the swimmers take their mark. So Lachlan Hanratty in lane 0, Alexander Tuckfield in lane 1, Dylan Logan in lane 2, Joshua Alford in lane 3, Liam Schlutter in lane 4, Daniel Fox in lane 5, Genki Sato in lane 6, Cole Pearce in lane 7, Blake Cochran in lane 8, and in lane 9 we have Ethan Ray. So as the men come up to the wall for the first time, it's going to be Slutar with a time of 26.85 in first position, followed by Fox 27.15 and Alford with a time of 27.73. So Slutar, Fox, Alford in the top 3. So Slutar looks like he's extended his lead and Fox is chasing hard. So Slutar and Fox coming down to the last 10 metres of this race, but it's going to be Slutar who will hit the wall first in a time of 54.83. Fox not far behind, 55.77. Alford in third position, 56.59. And in fourth, we have Logan with a time of 59.52 to round out the 100 metre. Freestyle in lane number 9 is Ray with a time of 1 minute 13.92.
And if you're enjoying the vision on this live stream and the graphics, our friends at Big Voice Media doing a superb job as always, and they don't just do swimming, they do other sports as well. So if you like what you see, find them on Google and get in touch because they do a great job. Thanks again, Daniel and the boys at Big Voice Media.
It's fantastic to be able to cover the events live like we do these days. I remember as a youngster I was playing me local footy comps, and the grand finals would be in the old VHS, and it'd take probably 4 to 6 weeks to finally receive it in the mail. So we've come a long way since sort of, that 2000 era when I was coming through as a youngster playing sport. But it's great to see all the social media and...
Some of our viewers wouldn't even know what VHS is, Rob.
Yeah, probably, yeah. It shows me age, Tim, but...
You don't look that old yourself, Rob.
no, it's fantastic. It's just amazing what the world... you got viewers from all around the world, so you can just tune in at any time in the world, and it really does make the world a smaller place. So, yeah.
Some people will be in their jammies in bed watching on their device.
Having a bit of brekkie, yeah. And we are currently on the Facebook live feed. Have we got any of our viewers currently international, or is it mainly Aussies?
Natalia Montanez, I'd say that might be Mexican.
Bit of Spanish there. Been to Mexico a couple of times in my time.
Cheering on Mayra. Let us know where you're from if you're watching, and we'll give you a big shout out.
So, event 4 of 5 for this men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class. So, in lane O is Ben Akram. In lane number 1 is Liang Deng Chen from Chinese Taipei. In lane number 2 is Ryan McGran from Geelong. In lane number 4, Jack Howe. Lane 5, Aaron Skinner. Lane 6, Joel Mundy. Lane 7, Hannah Pal. Lane 8, Doolan. And lane 9, Ange Japuhan from Thailand. Hitting the wall first is Howe. Second is Han Appel, and third is Mundy.
Matt Han Appel in lane 7, Paralympian. And Director of Swimming Victoria.
Okay. For all the viewers out there.
Matt will be on the commentary with us later on in the meet.
Fantastic. Today or tomorrow?
I think he's coming in tonight, or it depends whether he's swimming finals, but certainly over the weekend we'll hear from Matt.
So it's going to be in lane number 4, Howe, who takes this one out with a time of 1 minute 12 seconds 22. Hannah Pal, 1 minute 12.92 in second, and in third, Chen, all the way from Chinese Taipei in third with a time of, I'm just going to update it there, time of
1:22 something or other.
Yes, because the times
the board's
the
just
boards
clicked over.
change
There we go.
very quickly. So
And some nice PBs there from the boys, especially the
122.8.
first three.
good to see an international field too.
Yes.
Thailand, Chinese Taipei, even Geelong's a little way
Well.
down the highway. So
Well,
Better be careful
as
there.
we mentioned, of course, with Paralympics coming up, the international swimmers are looking for every opportunity for a quality competition. So it's great to have them here.
So event 5 or heat 5 of the men's 100 metre freestyle multi-class, event number 19.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, this is the first leg of a series for the Paralympics?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many. This is round 1 of the WPS World Paraswimming World Series. I did look it up last year, but I haven't looked it up this year to see how many rounds there are and where the next rounds are. But when we did this event last year with them, it was the first time it had ever been held in Australia.
Okay.
So we were very fortunate to have them with us, and obviously it went well enough that they wanted to come back, so it's great to have them.
And we've got a varying age field here. Jagdish Kundu, all the way from India. Welcome. I'll say young man, he's 40, competing today, so he'll be in lane 0. In lane number 1, we have Lachlan Dossa from Geelong. He's only 15 years of age. In lane number 2, Julian Marriott, 17 years of age. In lane number 3, Ami Omar Dadaun from Israel, age 19. James Logan in lane number 4, only 13 years of age, youngster from Geelong. So good luck to the youngster from Geelong. Cameron Leslie in lane number 5 from New Zealand. Luke Ahern, 16. And in lane number 7, we have Henrik Krogius from Finland, age 21. And in lane 8, as they kick off this one, is Masaya Koishi, 16 from Japan. So a very international field. So
And let me tell you a little about Cameron Leslie. Before he was a swimmer, he was part of the New Zealand wheelchair rugby team, the Wheel Blacks, who claimed a bronze medal at the Junior Asia Oceania Championships to qualify for Summer Paralympics. But in terms of swimming, gold medal in the men's 150 metres individual medley. That's probably 100 metres individual medley. The 2008, 2012 and 2016 Paralympics. Cam Leslie, age 30, been around for a long time and an absolute superstar of world paraswimming.
So it's Logan who hits the wall first, followed by Krogios and Dadaun from Israel. So they're the top 3 at the moment. But it's Logan with a substantial lead, nearing the last 25 metres of this 100 metre freestyle race. But it's on for second and third, but it's all Logan. The young boy from Geelong. He's well and truly out in front. And he's going to hit the wall in a time of, and it's not giving me the time, but a time of 1 minute 20.01. Cameron Leslie, who you mentioned before, with a time 1:25.06, and in third, Luke Ahern with a time of 1:25.65. In fourth, we have Dadaun from Israel, who came in fourth. Fifth, Henrik Krogios from Finland. In sixth, Dossa. And in lane number 7, seventh, Koshi from Japan, 1 minute 40. And that's it. So it's Logan who took that race out, 1 minute 20. Only 13 years of age.
And a nice PB for him
And
too.
it beat his PB by about 2 seconds, roughly. So congratulations to the young fella from Geelong. So coming up, the next event.
We have the women's 100 metre freestyle multi-class. And again, we've got athletes from right around the world. Japan, New Zealand, Russia.
And varying ages too, all the way as young as 14 all the way up to the age of 27. So you might be able to tell me. So I've been very curious. I remember back in the day when I was at my local swimming lessons, as Kundu, the 40-year-old from India, is really bringing it home here. And the crowd really getting behind. amazing that still competing at 40. That's kudos.
And it is great to see them still swimming at that age and still being able to do the World Para Series.
So Kundu, 10 metres to go. And touches the wall. And a round of applause from the crowd here at the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, which is great to see. Kundu comes in, and the time hasn't recorded, but I'll update you on that very soon. But yeah, great to see. No matter what age or what your ability is, it's about your finishing. And I was going to ask you, abled or disabled, what these days with all the medical science that goes into recovery and, you know, sports science and stretching and recovery and everything, what is the peak for swimmers these days? Like, can it extend up to sort of 30 years of age?
Yeah,
or?
definitely. And we're seeing that on the Olympic team now. The age group has gone from, or the mean age has gone from, you know, high teens, 19, 20 through to 23, 24. A little bit higher in males than females. I think it's 26 odd now in males. So it'll be interesting to see what it is for this Olympics.
Yep.
We still have a great lot of younger swimmers coming through, but there's more opportunities for them to stay in the sport now too, with sponsorship.
Yeah.
And
More money in
funding.
it.
Yeah, although we're a bit tight these years for sponsorship money, so.
Because I remember, you know, Sydney Olympic times 20 years ago, and Thorpe was dominating, and Hackett and Clem. Sort of, if you're any age over the age of 25, that was considered
An old man.
an old man, right? Yeah. But now they're swimming.
That's right, yeah.
Well, it's, you know, like Phelps, he might even be in the Olympics later this year. So
there's hope for you yet, Rob.
yeah, might take it up at age 31. But anyway, so here we are in the women's 100-metre freestyle multi-class. So out in lane number 0, we've got Inchanos, lane 1, Smith, lane 2, Lucy, lane 3, Cook, lane 4, Pascoe, lane 5, Storm, lane 6, McTurnan, lane 7, Getson, lane 8, Jones, and in lane number 9, Arneson. So as the ladies hit the ball, it's McTurnan who touches first, 29.80. Storm, dead heat with Pascoe at the moment, both in second, 30.20. And it's Cook and Lucy not far behind in 4th and 5th position, but it's McTurnan who extended her lead. But it looks like Pascoe and Cook are really, it's coming down to the wire. So it's Cook, Pascoe, Storm in lanes 3 to 5. It's going to be a really tight finish from the sidelines. It looks like it is Pascoe's going to hit the wall first.
Ruby Storm.
No, Storm's just pipped her. So Storm takes this one out. Pascoe second. McKernan third. In 4th, Lucy. 5th, Cook. 6th, Getson. 7th, Smith. 8th, Inchanos. And in lane number 9, I've just missed the name. It was Arneson. So great race there.
And Jeff from New Zealand has just let us know that Sophie Pascoe won the Hallbergen Awards last night.
Oh, fantastic.
So congratulations, Sophie Pascoe, and thanks, Jeff, for passing that on. Appreciate it.
How many live viewers have we got at the moment, Tim?
61.
Welcome to.
And another 100 on YouTube.
So we've got about 161 people currently live around the world.
Tell your friends, let's get it up there. What's the target?
Oh,
250.
Yep,
250. Come on.
Oh, it's going to be exciting tonight to watch.
Yep.
If you can share this live post on your Facebook feeds and YouTube.
Share it. We've had a lot of shares. We've had 44 shares on the Facebook.
Oh, wow. So the more shares, the more viewers.
The more love.
The more love. So often racing here in heat number 2. So out in lane number 1, we've got Fielden. Sorry, lane 0, we've got Fielden. Lane 1, Pagonis. Lane 2, McConnell. Lane 3, Cole. Lane 4, Uchi. Lane 5, Greenwood. Lane 6, Downey. Lane 7, Stevens. Lane 8, Bub. And in lane number 9, we have Ufi from New Zealand. So the women come up for the first turn, 50 metres, and it is Tsuchi who hits the ball first, followed by Greenwood and then Downey. So very close between 1 and 3rd.
And Greenwood and Downey both S10 swimmers, so they're actually sort of competing against each other.
So they're doing really well. So it's Tsuchi in lane number 4, who looks like she is about a body length out in front followed by Greenwood and Downey really finding it out for that second and third position. As you said, both S10 swimmers, so on the same level there. So it's Tasuchi who will hit the wall in first position with a time of 101.32. Greenwood in second, 103.21. Just picked out Downey, 103.65. In fourth, it was Cole, 104.09. And fifth is Stevens with a time of 106. And the rest of the field coming in there, but great effort.
And Ellie Cole, a great example of an athlete continuing on, 3-time para representative, Australian Olympic, and heading into another one, fingers crossed.
Age 28 from Knox Pumble Swim Club, so congratulations on qualifying. So done quite well. And as you say, there's no sort of maybe 28's a good age to be swimming if you keep your training up.
Yeah, she's looking very fit, very strong.
And Joe, there's a lot of talk about mental health in a lot of other sports.
Oh,
We don't
yes.
hear a lot about it in swimming, but I'm sure it's right. I'm sure it's there. And,
It exists.
And you know a fair bit about that.
Yeah, it exists. We don't necessarily see the signs when they're swimming. It comes later on in life. There's a lot of kids out there that feel isolated, feel lonely, and they don't, because they feel like that, they don't open up about it. So unfortunately, there's a little bit of an unknown epidemic that's happening behind the scenes.
Very well said.
It's okay to talk about it, I think, is the message.
That's right. Yeah.
It's okay.
And if it's, you can't talk to your parents or your friends, find somebody you can talk to.
Beyond Blue's a magnificent organisation out there. I'm actually wearing one of their wristbands right now, so beyondblue.org.au if you are suffering any mental health issues, and they really can help guide you in the right direction that you may need to go in if you are feeling down. So we're in event 3 of 6. So it's Denny Kine. She's raced a few races today, leading 29.39. Leon Hart, 30.17 in third. Corrie. So that's a really close race. So Denny Kine leading in lane number 5. And she's extended her lead over Leon Hart and Corrie. So Denny Hine bring it home strongly, but Corrie in Leon Hart in lane number 7, really trying to edge that gap. Can she hold on? And she will. And it is Denny Kine who finishes first. Leon Hart second. Third, Corrie. Fourth, Jones. Fifth, Hayes. Sixth, Beecroft. Seventh, Wilson. And finishing off in lane number 9 is Bisfit in 8th. And that rounds out the swimmers.
Three heats left to round off this morning's program.
So Didi Kind, Didi Kind, 101.30.
Katja Dedikind. Next up, Amber Stelling in lane 0, Tegan Redder in lane 1, Imogen Nolan from Northcote in 2, Ava Sayadi in 3, Talia Blanchard in 4, Anna Leighton in 5 from Bendigo Gold, lane 6, Isabella Vincent from Norwood, lane 7, Poppy Richards from Cotton Tree Swim Club, all the way from Russia in lane 8, Natalia Serikova, and in lane 9 from Melbourne Vic Centre, Ruby Halliday.
It's great to see these competitors having a go at the other strokes as well. Not necessarily their pet events, but getting up and having a go.
Great to see some young swimmers in there, ages from 12 all the way up to 34.
So the Russian swimmer starting in the pool.
So off and racing. So Amber Stelling from lane 0. Tegan Redder from lane 1. Imogen Nolan, lane 2. Ava Sayadi, lane 3. Blanchard, lane 4. Leighton, lane 5. Vincent, lane number 6. Richards, lane 7. Sirakova from Russia, lane 8. And Halliday to round them off in lane number 9. So as they come up to touch the wall for the first time in this 100-metre freestyle, it's going to be Sayadi who hits the wall first, followed closely by Richards and Vincent in third sorry, should I say Leighton in third position. Not much between Leighton and Richards. So yeah, Sayadi extends her lead, but Richards is closing the gap, and also Leighton not too far behind. Sayadi and Leighton coming toe for toe, but I think it's Leighton who's overtaken in lane number 5, and Leighton's overtaken, and great strokes there, and it's going to be Leighton who hits the wall first. Congratulations. She's swum a time of 1 minute 12.30. Sayadi lost a bit of ground there in the second 50 metres, 1 minute 14.01. In third, Richards 1 minute 14.39.
And that's a big improvement on Anna Leighton's entry time of 1:15.97. So that's a great swim from her.
Two heats left of this event.
It's been a fantastic morning. Really enjoyed this first experience of swimming commentary, so learning plenty as I go. Just great to be at this magnificent event. The 2006 Commonwealth Games venue. So this is was and still is an elite venue for swimmers and varying sports around this precinct. The whole of Albert Park really is.
We think it's the best pool in Australia.
Oh, of course we do.
Definitely.
You've got to have the Victorian bias, of course.
Yep.
I hope everyone around the country and world is enjoying this broadcast. So we'd like to thank all the sponsors who have supported this Swimming Victoria event, and all the volunteers for making this one happen today. Because without the volunteers, we can't have the event. So very important to have those volunteers jump on board every year.
And all the countries bringing their para athletes
Oh,
and
100%.
supporting that meet.
Just waiting to clear the pool of the last athlete from the last race.
So
Or, no, I beg your pardon, that's the athlete in lane 1 who will be starting in the water.
Rachel Watson. I think she's a gold, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, I think she's a gold medalist from 2016.
tell you what, Rio's
I
absolutely.
can't contradict that, Joe. Can't confirm or neither confirm or deny.
So racing, so in lane 0 we have Wallace, lane 1 Watson, lane 2 another Wallace, lane 3 Joseph, lane 4 Cameron, lane 5 Mitchell, lane 6 Westwood, lane 7 Shakelov, and lane 8 Calaver Lee, and in lane 9 we have Miller. So as the women approach the wall coming up, from a distance, it looks like in lane 9, Miller's in front, but it could be in lane 5, Mitchell. So it'll be interesting to see who hits the ball first.
Yes, Rachel Watson, gold medalist in the 50 freestyle and also the world record holder for her classification.
So it's actually Cameron who hits the ball in first position, followed by Mitchell with a time of 41.76, Joseph 42.57, and the rest of the field close by, chasing the field. So Mitchell and Cameron upping the tempo up.
Mitchell an S14 swimmer, Cameron an S8 swimmer. So remembering S14 is intellectual disability and S8 at the higher end of a physical impairment.
So it's going to be Mitchell who takes this one out. She'll hit the wall.
No, Cameron Taylor there.
Sorry,
in lane
Cameron.
4.
Cameron with a time of 1.2578. Mitchell, second position, 1.2710. And in third, Joseph, 1.2834. So just analysing that race, what did you think of it? And did all the girls account for themselves quite well?
Yeah, and again, a string of PBs right across the board. So they're obviously prepared to swim fast at this meet, which is great to see. A lot of people just only taper for certain events. Obviously, the girls are well prepared by their coaches to perform at their best in this meet. We've also got to remember we've got the Olympics coming up in July, August. So their preparations getting ready for that, trying to peak at that time.
Still in two minds whether I'm going to attend the Tokyo Olympics. So it's just whether I can get the time off work, and I hope I can get there because I haven't been to an Olympics. I've been to international sporting events before, such as the Rio World Cup in 2014, the Soccer World Cup that is. So that's a bucket listing. I'd love to get over to Tokyo and witness the Olympics, whether it be Paralympics or the Olympics.
Yep, I'm with you, but the Paras are very, very, very exciting. And, Paralympic athletes, I think, are just tremendous.
You may not know
special.
this, Rob, but I was a coach on the 2008 Paralympic team
Were
for
you?
Australia. Yes.
Okay, so there we go.
I heard a phrase about Paralympic athletes once that I think described them very well. Extraordinary athletes doing extraordinary things.
Oh, amazing, amazing. And you know, differences in body shapes and how they achieved the outcomes that they got.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, you'd see athletes walk in and you go, oh, how are you going to eat? And next thing they've got a spoon in their toes and feeding themselves really well.
I remember watching cycling in Athens and watching significantly vision impaired athletes flying around a velodrome at unbelievable speeds. That just blew me away.
When you think about it, it's amazing. You know, it's hard to comprehend, but I think it gives them the will and the drive. And I think it's in a lot of ways the Paralympic athletes, it's more authentic because there's
They have
obviously not the same money involved and all those type of things. So it's doing it for the love of the sport. It's something that carry them over the line.
They have balance. If they lose a race, they have balance in life and their attitude is what I mean. If they lose a race, it's not the end of the world.
No.
Because they've been through far greater things than losing a sporting
yes.
race.
As we can see the camera zoom in on all the great nations who are attending this event today.
"20 different country flags I counted up there before. We should have a competition on Facebook. Can you name all the flags?
I definitely wouldn't be winning that competition. I can name a few of them, but I think it's important that the Indigenous flag is up there as well. It's fantastic to see. Our proud Indigenous flag here in Australia.
Some assisted starts here in this race for a couple of the swimmers.
So only 6 athletes in this race. So just keep an eye out between lanes 2 and lane 7. And we have some swimmers from USA, Japan and Canada. So 2 Japanese.
Hang on, there's a difficulty standing them down. Oh, that's disappointing.
So this is the final event from this morning's qualifiers. It's been really enjoyable being here all morning.
And there are those banners that I talked about earlier, proudly supplied to us by our friends at Mountain Shade. Thank you to Michael.
Tell you what, the UV would be up and about today. It's deceptively very strong. So in lane number 2 from Canada, we have Al Van Wyck Smart. Lane 3, Sakuko Kato. Lane 4, Kira Warwick. Lane 5, Isabella Lynch. And lane 6, Miyuku Yamada. And in lane number 7, Leanne Smith from the USA. So they're often racing. Just from what I can see at the moment, in lane number 6 is Miyuki Yamada leading this one from Japan. Only a young 13-year-old girl. Sorry, lane 5, my bad. Isabella Lynch leading this one.
And our friend John from the US says, "Go Team USA."
Go Team USA.
Unfortunately, Leanne's not swimming this morning. She's withdrawn.
Okay, so it didn't come up on our, but it's Lynch who leads this one. She's hit the wall at 49.50. Keep in mind that all these athletes vary in categories, so we won't find out the final result till the end of the race. Kato from Japan and Yamada from Japan, so they probably know each other quite well. Hitting the wall in 108 and 110 respectively, second and third. But it's all Lynch in lane number 5 at the moment. And with 20 metres to go, she's really swimming strongly.
Lynch, an S14 swimmer.
Just getting some extra breaths there. Swimming really, really good strokes there as well. Good form, good technique, and she hits the wall.
Make sure she touches that pad. No
Don't want to get
about
disqualified.
that touch.
Do you
No
not want
doubt
to get
about that
disqualified?
touch.
So Lynch comes over the line, or should I say hits the wall at 1 minute 45.32. So going by her other time, 1 minute 51 was her previous best, so she'd be very happy with that time. Shaved 5.5 seconds off that time, so that's huge for her
Waving
confidence
to her family in the crowd.
going into the sessions later tonight. She'll be really happy with that time.
And if you're wondering why the swimmer in lane 2 is actually swimming backstroke, it's because this event is freestyle. And as the name suggests, you can actually swim
Of course.
any stroke you like in freestyle,
So Kato came
other than underwater.
in second, Yamada third. So it could be a little bit of banter post-race between those two Japanese girls. And a lot of people don't actually realise that. It's funny you say that, Tim, with the freestyle. The name is explanatory, but
Yep.
a lot of people think you've got to swim in what most people swim, the
The
freestyle.
Aussie crawl.
The Aussie crawl, the technique. So
Now, I think the ruling goes if they start in one stroke, other than freestyle, other than Aussie crawl, they've got to continue that through the whole race. So if they start on their back, they've got to finish on their back. And that's it for the morning's session.
So it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. It's been great to see the elite athletes, the Paralympians, all the varying levels.
Oh, there might be a swim off though, gents and ladies. Let me just check.
So that wraps up the morning session. We'll be back from 6 p.m. tonight. 5:40 p.m. to correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. You've had the whole morning.
technique. See you at the pool soon.
I'm Mac Horton, Australian Dolphin number 747, just like the Jumbo Jet. Come try my workout with me, Mac Smile. After finishing this set, you should feel more efficient in the water and hopefully you can maintain this stroke that you've set up in your future swims. Come train with me, download the iSwim app.
This year for Australia Swims, we swam our way to Tokyo. Congratulations to everyone who pledged those swims, and well done to Victoria for winning.
Congratulations to Victoria.
Big shout out to Victoria for taking it out.
I did my best to lift Queensland, but unfortunately Victoria were victorious.
Just wishing all the swimmers from Australia who swam in the Australian Swim to Tokyo. Congratulations, you did a fantastic job.